Dan, back in Las Vegas, T-Mobile Arena been good to you over the years. I know you probably like fighting at home, but does this feel like a big fight for you?
Yeah, it definitely feels like a big fight. I've got to wait for the coffee to kick in. They could drag me out of bed, brought me down here. I just did Brett Okamoto. It was bloody rubbish. I didn't say anything interesting. The caffeine's yet to hit my brain. I can feel it kicking in.
Should we give you a minute to just let it soak in?
I think we're soaked in now. I think we're good to go now, boys. I'm fired up. Finally.
I like it. Well, talk to me, Dan, because I know you necessarily haven't gotten the results necessarily in every fight lately, but you keep getting these big spots because the UFC knows you're going to deliver entertaining fights. I mean, does that still mean something to you to know that, hey, they're still putting me in spots like this?
Like, it's definitely going to be an entertaining fight. Like, I think that's a fact. Yeah. I feel like this puts me. It's an opportunity to put myself back in the mix, and I think that's just. Like a little, like more so leeway than a lot of other guys, I feel like, because of the things that I've done for the company over the years. So it's like that backstory of the things that I've, the 20 fights that have got me to this point. So, you know, I don't think there's a lot of leeway yet, so I'm looking to get back in the mix.
You talk about being back in the mix. I mean, is it important for you, for people to think of you as title contender versus just like, damn, that's Dan Hooker. We know when he goes out there, it's going to be a scrap, and we want to watch him fight, and it doesn't matter where the rankings are.
That's why I'm fighting Jalen Turner. That's why I'm fighting the guy that's going to get me back into the top 10. I'm not fighting him for fun or for money. Like, there's plenty of other guys on the roster that I could be doing that for, or names across the desk that you could be doing that for. I'm fighting Jalen Turner, a very talented kid. To get myself back in that conversation, and a win over Jalen, especially an impressive performance, I think it does that.
Nice. It seems like you're impressed with Jalen. I mean, what do you think of him as an opponent? You've obviously faced top-level competition. I mean, does he stack up with the guys that you faced before?
Oh, 100%. There's a reason, like, a lot of guys were turning his name down. It seems to be the guys that always end up getting. So, yeah, it's because he's a dangerous opponent, obviously. Watched a lot of film. Like, he's got a lot of finishes on his record. I got a lot of finishes. Like, it'll be exciting.
Nice. Last thing for me, direction moving forward. It doesn't feel like you just want to be in exciting fights. You want to be in fights. It sounds like your direction is get me to the top of the ranks. Is that right? Is that where you feel you go from here, is back into the top of the rankings? Versus just let me get the most exciting fights possible?
1,000%. 1,000%. And that's like, that's a position I found myself in where it's like, do you want to be... It's like everything I ever asked for from the sport over the years, like I got, you know, like, man, I want to be a UFC fighter. Like, you get there and then you have to set like a new target. And you're like, man, I want to be in the rankings. Man, I want to be rich, you know, and you tick all of these things and you get them and you're like, oh, this sucks. Like, I want something else. I want more. So it's like, man, I want to be the champ. Like, that's the only reason I'm here.
Dan, you're obviously considered a veteran in this fight compared to Jalen, who's the younger guy. Do you think when it comes down to it, your experience might just win this fight? You know, if he gets there and you take him into deep waters, has he ever seen anything that you can offer?
I think he's like quite aggressive. And I feel like a lot of guys didn't have like the composure to deal with that aggression. I definitely have the composure to deal with it. Like, when it comes storming in, I'm not really one to panic or one to get spooked. So I think that's going to be like a big thing. So yeah, that comes from experience.
This is something of a cliche question, but do you feel like, you know, you want to beat this guy to prove that you're still one of the top names in the division? Do you need a finish to prove that? Or is it just, hey, if I can outlast this guy for 15 minutes and prove I'm the better guy all round, that does the job as well?
Oh, mate, if I could predict the outcome of fights, I'd be a billionaire by now. But I honestly can't. It's like asking how long is a piece of string, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to finish them from when the bell rings to when the bell ends. Whether I'm throwing punches, moving backwards, shooting takedowns, like, they're all there to try and switch the other guy off. That's all. Even if it's being boring, I'm being boring long enough so the other guy turns off. That's the only reason I'm being boring. So it's like, finish. It just gets harder to finish guys. So you can't just storm over there and take guys out of the game. You gotta play the game properly.
That right. Did you do any work with Brad for this camp, considering him and Jalen do have history?
No, he's in Thailand. He's in Thailand training at Bang Tao MMA over there with Frankie and George Hickman. So no, I wasn't able to. He would have been a good body, you know. He's another lightweight, pushes me hard. But yeah, it's mainly like our coaches have had time watching him, studying him, breaking him down, watching him, studying him. Like the first, I'm sick of seeing his face. Like I've watched so much, I've seen so much tape, and I've seen it so many times. Like this fight, it has to happen.
Going off of that, does this feel like one long fight camp, considering you did have to pause it at one point because of your hand injury, and then now you're back fighting him again?
Yeah, kind of. Like, yeah, like you break your hand, but obviously, like you break your hand and you're not just sitting on the couch. Like it's not a fractured spine or anything like that, where you're bedridden or anything like that. I just had one hand. Like I've been in the gym using my other hand still. Oh, no, don't tell the New Zealand. They're paying me to sit at home. But yeah, I like training all through it. Like you just train around it. So it definitely has felt like just like a super long camp.
Was there any reason for the colored hair?
Nah, complete impulse decision, as a lot of my other decisions.
Were the tattoos impulsive too?
They were actually. So they were. Yeah, it was like after UFC Perth, and then I was heading back to New Zealand. A cyclone hit New Zealand, so then they cancelled my flight back, and so I like redirected it to the Gold Coast, and I went with my wife and daughter to the Gold Coast, and then I have a friend in the Gold Coast, and he was just like, "Hey, if you need anything while you're in town, you know what I mean?" Like, and then I was like, "Yeah, we'll get a tattoo while I'm here." And then it ended up like 12 hours later, I got like half my back done. And I was like, oh man. Then I get back to New Zealand and I was like, oh, I want to get something, because I can't just have one tattoo. That'll look dumb, right? So I was like, I need another tattoo, balance it out, and then I'm done. I was like supposed to be a lot smaller. But then Rod, who did the tattoo back in New Zealand at Stain Skinny, like draws like all the way up and like all the way down. And I was like, oh, well, this is how we're going this way. So they were, yeah, was very unintentional, but I'm very happy with how it all turned out.
Impulsive tattoos don't usually take up your entire back.
Yeah, you'd think that. You would think that. But now I know I can get goaded into tattoos the same way like fights. Like you'd be like, oh, but you won't tattoo your whole chest, and I'll just be like, nah, I won't. It'd be like,
how are the shins?
What a wuss. And you're like, all right then, let's go, let's do it.
How are the shins?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. I definitely know why a lot of people don't have their feet and ankles tattooed. Like I was like, at no point was that all good.
And final one for me.
I'm glad I only have 2 legs. I don't have 4 legs. So.
Final one for me. Saturday's also going to be Robbie Lawler's last fight. So I'm curious, like, what are some of your earliest memories of him, and do you have a favorite fight memory from his career?
Favorite fight memory? I was there when Robbie fought Carlos Condit. Went 5 rounds with Carlos Condit in the absolute war. Obviously the McDonald fight, but man, massive Robbie Lawler fan. Like throughout the years, this will be. Oh, if he gets. I'm going to go berserk if he knocks him out, and then I have to walk out. I'm going to be like, that might get me in trouble. I might have to not watch the Robbie Lawler fight until after my fight.
Dan, just one here for you. After the first fight with Jalen fell apart and he fought Gamrot, he was saying, he was going to be on to fight with you and didn't, want to fight you and would rather train with your team. Did you take any of that as like a slight?
Nah, like that's fair. Like that's just that's how the number game works. It's like you beat a guy at number 7 or whatever Gamrot was at. It's like, why would you go back and fight number 12 or 13? Like that's in no way do I take any of this stuff personally. You know what I mean? Like I don't get offended by any of that kind of carry on. Like he's been a super respectful guy. I've been respectful back to him. Like I think fans are just excited for the how we play out like technically.
Would you welcome him down to New Zealand if you wanted to do that after the fight to train?
Yeah, oh man, that's up to Eugene. Eugene's the running the ship. I'm not standing at the front door checking IDs or anything like that. I just that's Eugene. He's got to get it past the boss.
Dan over here, right here, to your left. How's it going?
How are you?
I'm doing well. Do you feel like you're being disrespected at all going into this fight in terms of like the betting odds and maybe fans not really looking at who you're fighting? Like you're fighting nothing but top contenders for the most part.
Nah, like I'm not. It like is what it is. We're in an incredibly honest sport. So after like recent results, these questions need to be asked. Like I'm not at all. I don't at all take like that stuff personally. I just know what I'm capable of. You know what I mean? So I'm excited to get out there on Saturday and just show it to everyone. Just share my capabilities with everyone. Like that's it. So it's not like if you just get stuck in like a negative thought cycle, you'll just go down and down and down. If I'm sitting at home like, everyone thinks I'm going to lose, so that means I'm going to lose. Like, well, I wouldn't be here right now.
I know it was a couple months ago. I know after Alex's fight with Islam Makhachev, you made the comments about the IV. Are you still getting backlash for that on social media?
I don't look at social media, Bubba. The spray and
Smart man.
Spray and walk away.
Yeah, for sure. And just last one for me. Jalen had a really close fight with Gamrot in his last fight. Do you think he did enough to win? Should that have gone his way, do you think?
Close. Like it comes down to judging. Obviously, with like the judging, it's like a difficult thing to really nail down. So I feel like, yeah, it's like it's how you're really looking at things. I feel like that fight could have gone either way.
Dan, just over here, going off the back of that, do you see, when you watched his performance against Gamrot, was there any openings that you saw that you think you could perhaps capitalize on Saturday?
Oh, it's a little bit different. Like it's a very different skill set and an incredibly different approach between like myself and Gamrot. Just like constantly shooting him for takedowns is not something that I'm well known for. A little bit like you can take away, but not too much, I don't think.
And you've done some work with Craig Jones as well. Can you talk a little bit about that and how that's helped you?
Yeah, no, that was really cool. The first half of this camp, we had Craig Jones. Israel brought him over to New Zealand. He come down, train with the boys at City Kickboxing. He was there every day, and it's quite funny because it's not really how Eugene had it going. He didn't really... It's not like we were doing jiu-jitsu. Everyone's like, oh, so you've been doing a lot of jiu-jitsu instead of a lot of striking. I'm like, nah, that's not really how Huge had it going. Like, we were doing our exact normal schedule and then like an hour and a half, 2 hours of jiu-jitsu on top of that every day. So it's like, for that first little bit, like we were grinding it out. So it's been an incredible camp having Craig there for the first half of it and then to just really focus on my own game and working with my coaches since he's been gone. It's been a great camp.
And of course, you want to stay in the win column this Saturday. How do you see yourself getting the job done?
Again, if I knew, I would bet the house on myself through a shell company. But I don't, so I won't.
And can I get a prediction for the main event?
Volko. I think we got 40 Volk back. 40 Volk back. I think he closes the distance, buries his head in Yair's chest, and I think he's in a bit of trouble after that.
And just last one for me, there's a BMF title fight coming up. I'm just curious your opinion on that with Dustin Poirier and Justin Gaethje.
Oh, that's a mad fight. Like once I found out the BMFs for you get the pay-per-view points for BMF, I was all behind it, and that fight needs it because that fight will sell like crazy. Because if you have seen the first one, you definitely want to see the second one. I got that as a toss-up. I feel like that's like a true 50-50 fight. Like they're both equally as skilled.
Thank you.
As you've been in quite some time besides the Islam fight. Like, do you relish this opportunity to play spoiler and kind of prove everybody wrong?
To a point. It's not like a real... I don't know if you notice, I don't really listen to other people as much as I should. So, like, I like being the underdog, having little lines and minuses and pluses next to your name, like actually has zero impact on the like reality of the fight. Like that's not the reality of. I focus on what I'm focused on is the stuff that I've drilled with my coaches over the last few months. The technical analysis, like things that I focus on are things that I can control.
Yeah, and then last question from me. Obviously, in Vegas, gambling capital of the world. Kind of curious if you have a favorite roulette number or color.
Nah, I only play pokies. That's the only real. Thank you, team.
Well, Yair, obviously already a champion, but this for undisputed status. How does this compare, the feeling you had of this, compared to the last one?
Probably, man, I have to be 100% honest with you. I just don't see any difference. You know, it's just more like I'm more used to it, if that's a good way to say it. You know, I'm more relaxed, I'm calm. I know what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it the best way possible as always, and I'm just chill and relax, enjoying the moment as always.
Obviously, this is about personal goals, you know, being a champion, but pretty cool. You and Brandon Moreno both on the card, International Fight Week. Does this feel like a special moment in your career, you know, representing the country as well?
Yeah, it feels like a special moment. Of course, you know, we have been working for this moment for a long time. But regardless of, you know, this is a special moment for not only Brandon and I and the Mexican people and all the Mexican fighters fighting in this card. We're individuals, right? We're like facing in our own ways. And even though we're a team, we're a Mexican team, if you want to say it like that way, we're looking for our own legacy, you know, and I'm just happy to be part of what somebody else is doing as well, like Brandon Moreno, a big story behind all of us, and I'm just happy to be part of it.
You faced some legends already in your career. Alexander Volkanovski, a lot of people consider top pound for pound on the planet. Is this the toughest fight, matchup-wise, style-wise, that you've ever had in your career?
Man, I don't know. Yeah, I can see Alexander Volkanovski is really good. He's really talented, explosive. He has durability. All the things that you guys already know. I don't really have to repeat every time the same because you guys know already what's up with him. And I just think this game is about styles. You know, what style beats what style, or what guy has the best day, if you want to call it that way, the day of the fight. I just think it's going to be really difficult for him to beat me. He probably thinks it's going to be easier. I don't know. My style is completely different to what many people think. It's not only because what you can see from outside, but just being in front of me in the cage is difficult. It's hard for anybody, you know. And of course, there is many styles that can neutralize or control the style that I have, but I have been working on my weaknesses to make them like strength. And you know, that's why I'm at this point right now facing Alexander Volkanovski for the undisputed belt.
Nice. Last thing for me, I mean, I know you said you're kind of calm and you're relaxed and all that, but what would this moment mean to you? I mean, 9 years after The Ultimate Fighter, it hasn't been an easy journey to get here. There's been some bumps in the roads along the way. What would it mean for you to be undisputed champion on Saturday night?
Just the same. It will mean the same for me. You know, it's just one more accomplishment on my career. making my family, my country proud of what I have done in my career, in my life. And it will mean a lot to me, you know. I was thinking about this not long ago. Like how many people can truly talk to themselves inside their heads and say, okay, I have accomplished what I dream of one day. I truly did it. I make it happen because I believe in myself and my skills, in my team and the people around me, and I could make it happen. You know, so saying that to myself, that's the biggest achievement. It has no price tag, you know, and that's what I like about this game.
Jay, over here. You've been in the UFC for all of the iterations of featherweight champions with Aldo, Conor, Max, and now Volkanovski. There is a debate over who people think is the best featherweight champion of all time. So I'm curious, where do you rank Volkanovski compared to all the other featherweight champions of the past?
Well, I just think there's been different phases of MMA during the pass of time, right? But like, let's talk about Aldo. Jose Aldo was defeated for like 10 years, you know, until, okay, something happened, Conor beat him. And then Conor was amazing, you know, in the 145-pound division, and he had great fights. And Max Holloway is another legend. So I couldn't put like a number 1, 2, 3, and 4 to those guys. I just think they're all amazing, and I'm happy to have faced 1, now 2, you know, and it's great for me to have these kind of opportunities.
Outside of that second Max fight, all of Alex's featherweight fights haven't been especially close. Like, he's kind of dominated a lot of his opponents. So what do you think they're doing wrong when they enter the octagon with him?
With Max?
With Alex.
Oh, with Alex?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really think they have many weaknesses as well. You know, I just think Alex is good. Alex is doing a great job. He's smart when fighting. He has durability, which is a really important thing when fighting, because he can kind of keep the same pace for the 5 rounds, you know, which is something really important in this game. And he's able to figure out many of his opponents, you know, the style or the little mistakes they do, and he takes advantage of those situations, you know. I think that's why.
I'm curious, what did you make of Ilia Toporia's performance against Josh Emmett in Jacksonville?
Can you repeat that question?
What did you make of Ilia's performance against Josh? Ilia Topuria.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he did great. I think he, I don't know how many 5-rounders he had in the past. Only 1. Yeah, I just think he needs more, probably more experience. And that's it, you know, but he did amazing. You know, he did a great job. And I think he's going to get there one day.
And final one for me, Saturday is going to be Robbie Lawler's last fight in the UFC. I'm curious, do you have an early memory of Robbie? Do you have any favorite fights of his from his career?
Yeah, it was Robbie Lawler against this famous fight. I just forgot.
Is it Rory?
Yeah, Rory McDonald. That was a crazy fight, you know. They were all busted up, and yes, something memorable. I think that this Thursday they're going to induct that fight to the Hall of Fame. So yeah, that fight.
Yeah, over here. Here? Oh, back. How's it going? So just to piggyback on a couple of questions that you got, next November will actually be 10 years with the company within the UFC. Doesn't it take the pressure off that you spent a majority of your career fighting the BJ Penn, the Frank Yankers of the world, and you know, this is just another day at the office?
It's not like, I don't know, it's been a long time. It's not like I don't feel it. I feel it, of course, the feeling of the fighting and all this is there. But I used like my thoughts of like, oh, this guy is a legend. Oh, I'm gonna face Frankie Edgar or Korean Zombie or Max Holloway. That went away. I'm like, for me, it's just another human being in front of me, getting prepared for the same. And I'm excited to outperform them that night, Saturday.
Exactly. And are you focused more on what you're going to do well as opposed to an answer for all of the problems that he could bring in the cage? Is it just, you know, going in the cage, doing what you do well, just pretty much execution on your part, or yeah?
Yeah, it's just execution, like you said. Of course, I have to focus on what he does, but I have to be more focused on what I do, my mistakes and rights, and I focus on that to get better, and starting in my mistakes in order for me to get a better version of myself, and that's what I have been doing.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yair, aquí atrás, en español, gracias. Evento principal, semana de la International Fight Week. contra uno, si no el mejor, libra por libra. ¿Qué se siente para este sábado? ¿Cómo te sientes tú como peleador?
A question in Spanish. The main event on Saturday against one of the best pound for pounds ever. How are you feeling?
Me siento contento, estoy tranquilo, estoy a la vez emocionado, esperando solamente que mi gente llegue aquí, mi familia, están listos para apoyar, me imagino que están súper emocionados también. Y es eso, creo que en realidad me siento solo feliz y tranquilo, relajado. Sé qué es lo que tengo que hacer, sé la manera de ejecutar mi trabajo y lo voy a hacer de la mejor manera este sábado.
¿Tú crees que el hecho de que tú estés en el evento principal, que Brandon sea el coestelar, los dos por campeonato del mundo, los dos son campeones mundiales, ¿tú crees que este puede ser un momento definitivo en la historia de las artes marciales mixtas para tu país, para México, independientemente del resultado?
The answer, first of all, calm, happy, very happy to be here, and also just waiting for I'm even emotional about this, and not just waiting for all my crew and my family to be here as well. A lot of emotions running high, but I think I'm prepared, ready to execute. As far as the question is concerned, do you feel that this, the fact that you're in an event with Brandon Moreno, does this mean even more for MMA in Mexico and for everything that's been going on lately?
Muy bien, yo creo que este es el momento. Creo que ya estamos viviendo la realidad de las cosas, ya estamos viviendo esta nueva era. No es saber si todavía, no sé qué más estamos esperando, ¿no? O sea, ya estás viendo la realidad de las cosas. Los resultados ya están aquí. No hay que esperar más para ver qué más hay. Los resultados ya están. Ahora, lo que viene, lo que parte de aquí, ya va de sobra. Todo lo demás ya es sobra. Los resultados que vamos a venir forjando después de esto son añadiduras, si se le puede decir de esa manera, a lo que ya se ha logrado hasta ahorita. Pero ya estamos viviendo la era ahora es de nosotros. Estamos con 3 cinturones en México, viviendo la mejor faceta del MMA que ha existido en todo el tiempo, y yo creo que va a seguir siendo así por un buen rato.
This is the moment for Mexico. I feel the moment is already here. I don't know what we're waiting for. I don't know what else we need to do. I mean, the results are here. Everything, the work has been put on, and everything else is just add-ons, if I can call it that way. Just stuff that comes in extra. The moment is there. We've done everything we could. I mean, we have 3 belts in Mexico. Everything else is just an add-on to everything that we're doing, and the moment is here. There's nothing else to wait.
Yair, buenos días, acá atrás. Hay una presencia de nuevo en tu esquina, ¿no? En la pelea pasada, Mike Valle. ¿Cómo ha sido el volver a tener al coach Mike en la esquina en estas últimas peleas?
Increíble. Perdón.
Just the presence in your corner, having Mac with you in the corner. How does it feel to actually have that presence there? What does he bring to the table?
Increíble. Se siente increíble el poder tener a mi coach que ha confiado en mí, ha tenido mi espalda desde el principio de mi carrera. Él sabe mis debilidades mejor que nadie y también mis fortalezas. Juntos hemos trabajado en fortalecer las debilidades que tengo como peleador, como persona, y no solamente eso, sino trabajar en todo lo espiritual y todo lo que conlleva ser un peleador, pero no solo eso, sino una gran persona también, que es en lo que estamos trabajando. Trabajamos en ser mejores, no solamente peleadores, sino seres humanos también, y me siento contento de que esté aquí conmigo. Me siento respaldado, me siento contento y me siento feliz de que hemos formado un gran equipo a lo largo de los años.
I'm very happy to have him here. Someone's got my back, someone that knows everything I've been through in my life and have been with me throughout my career, someone that knows me as a person and as a fighter. Also, he knows my strengths, and we've been working a lot on trying to strengthen our weaknesses, but not just to become a better fighter, but a better person as well. So very happy to have someone so important and to have assembled such a great team.
Yair, yo sé que están haciendo legados individuales, pero tú conociste a Brandon hace 10 años en Jackson Wink MMA, se hicieron buenos amigos, te hemos visto celebrarlo durante los años, te lo hemos visto a él celebrarte durante los años. ¿Cómo se siente que en este momento tan importante pues sean ustedes dos, no los que están compartiendo la cartelera de los amigos?
Yeah, you've known Brandon for 10 years. You guys you've celebrated. Obviously, you have individual accomplishments. You have celebrated his career. He has celebrated yours. But at this point, like, you're together here. How does it feel to actually be together and both of you sharing this card?
Sí, antes que nada me gustaría expresar que Brandon Moreno para mí es una inspiración. Brandon Moreno para mí es una inspiración. Es el primero que pudo lograr unificar un título para México y de cierta manera me hizo abrir los ojos, ¿no? Aunque siempre he sabido que las cosas sí se pueden lograr. Después de que entré a la UFC empecé a ver que las cosas eran reales. Él fue el como que abrió todavía más mis ojos y me dijo, mira, cabrón, aquí está unificado el título y ahora lo demás pues va de cada quien, ¿no? Entonces me siento orgulloso de que estamos teniendo una cartelera juntos, de que los dos estamos representando a México para unificar, bueno, en mi caso unificar mi cinturón y él mantener el suyo. Y no sé, es que en realidad con palabras no alcanzan las palabras para expresarte lo orgulloso, lo feliz que me siento de estar en una situación como esta.
First of all, let me get this out of the way. Brandon Moreno is an inspiration to me. This is a guy that actually unified titles and the first one to bring it to Mexico. This is a guy that, more than anything, we knew that, yes, we can. And when he did it, it was, this is here. Just go and come and take it. So obviously very happy to have been able to share and to witness this. To have him in the card, I don't even have words to express how proud I am to actually have him here, in my case, to be able to unify this title.
Última pregunta de mi parte, Yair. Eres un artista marcial de por vida. Yo sé que lo que te gusta es probarte, probar tus habilidades. ¿Cómo ha sido en la cima de la división pluma probarte, tal vez contra el mejor momento que hemos visto en la historia del peso pluma y saber que lo que estás logrando ahorita pues está resaltando en una parte muy importante, no en la historia del MMA mexicano, en la historia del MMA?
You've been a mixed martial artist for your life, and obviously not only you're proving yourself now like you wanted to, but you're proving yourself in a moment that the division is actually at a high, probably all time. How does it feel to actually be able to accomplish what you're accomplishing in a moment that's not just special for Mexican MMA, but for the division in itself?
La verdad no estoy enfocando en eso, o sea, en realidad para mí es solamente parte de, o sea, lo estoy viviendo porque llegamos a este punto a lo mejor en el deporte. No sé cómo expresarlo sin que se malentienda. Estoy tan enfocado en mi pedo, si lo quieres ver de esa manera, que ni siquiera me fijo en lo demás. O sea, nada más estoy enfocado en hacer las cosas de la mejor manera que puedo en cada momento que tengo. Y yo sé que indiscutiblemente, a menos de que Dios me quite la vida, voy a llegar a hacer un performance el sábado en la noche y lo voy a hacer de la mejor manera, como hago todas las cosas que puedo en este momento en específico. Entonces ni siquiera estoy viendo como tanto a futuro, no me enfoco tanto en lo que pasó, ni quiero que se malentienda, tampoco estoy enfocado tanto en lo que está pasando alrededor, sino solamente en ir a hacer mi trabajo de la mejor manera cada momento.
How can I say this? So actually, so please don't take it the wrong way, but I'm just so focused on my stuff, man. I'm focused on my crap. I just want to make sure that everything that's around me, that's the most important thing. Is unless God takes my life away, I'm going to be there on Saturday and give the performance of my life, and I'm going to be there and take this. So I'm just so focused on this moment and everything that we did to actually get to where we are right now that I'm not worried about everything that's a part of this major thing that you mentioned.
Yair, ¿cómo estás? Una pregunta rapidita. Aquí atrás. Yair, en México hay mucha polémica en este momento por la manera en la que Saúl Canelo Álvarez en el boxeo define a sus rivales. Vienes tú, viene Brandon y enfrentan a los mejores en MMA en el mundo. ¿Crees que este hecho puede ayudar a que la gente o el aficionado le ponga más atención al MMA en lugar del boxeo? ¿O crees que no tiene nada que ver?
At this moment, we do understand in Mexico that there's a big controversy as far as Canelo Alvarez finding opponents for his fights in the boxing world, and at the same time, here you are, you got your fight, Brendan got fights, and you're going to fight this weekend. Does this mean that this could be a window of opportunity for MMA to even grow with what's happening in boxing, or do you think that's nothing to do with each other?
Antes que nada, todo mi respeto para Canelo. Otra de las cosas, no estoy enterado de cómo funciona, si él o su equipo son los que eligen los rivales o no. Pero en realidad, pues, igual, no es por ser grosero, no sé. Es que no sé, no estoy enfocado en eso, no estoy pensando en eso. La gente siempre va a decidir al último lo que ellos quieren. Yo estoy enfocado en hacer mi trabajo de la mejor manera para que de algún u otro modo a la gente le guste, y si deciden seguir esto porque ven que es real, entonces que lo hagan. Si quieren seguir fanatizando todo el tiempo algo, pues adelante, no. Yo estoy trabajando sobre mi propio legado, sobre mi propio camino para forjar algo que es real, que ha costado muchísimo trabajo desde que tengo 5 años. Entonces, no sé qué más decirte, ¿no? Entonces, Gente puede hacer, pensar, crear la polémica que quieran. Nosotros estamos aquí trabajando por un mejor futuro.
First of all, I don't, all the respect to Canelo Alvarez, and I really don't know what goes into actually matchmaking in boxing and how he decides his fights, but we're here, but this is not the focus. Again, I don't want to be rude about this, but I'm not focused on that. I'm not paying attention to all these things. I just want to make sure that my work, my legacy, and everything that I put in to actually get this done, and if people are going to like MMA, may they like it. If they see it and they like it, why not? Of course, there's going to be people that are going to be fanboying this and maybe not. But I hope that people enjoy this and people will come. I'm not worried about the controversy of what's going on in the other world.
Yair, back here. Yair, straight in the back. Did you talk to the UFC about bringing your special belt that you had made with the Mexican colors?
Actually, yeah, I don't know if he's here. Yeah, I think he's here. You guys want to see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at it. So I'll probably have somebody helping me out to explain this better. Have you guys seen the movie Coco? Okay, this is basically the movie is based on the family that made this. You know, those are like, of course, like cartoon animation, but it's also a real family. The artist is Jacobo and Maria Angeles. They're from Oaxaca, Mexico. And all you guys can see is not like printed, it's handmade. Dot by dot, line by line, is handmade, you know, by Oaxacan like artists, these guys. And if you guys get close to it, you guys can see like the detail it has. All the colors are made naturally. There is nothing chemical on it. Like I don't know, like flowers and stuff, they mix flowers and they mix all these crazy colors. They're all natural. And this is a unique piece, right? It doesn't have a price tag on it because it's unique. You know, I have had many people is like, oh, look at this guy, he's already like bragging around with his belt. This is a gift from my management team and from this guy, which I really truly appreciate because this is unique, you know. And you guys can see the Mexican art on it, and it's a beautiful piece. And I'm proud of having it here presented to you guys. And if you guys have something to say to the UFC, something like this will be cool for the future. You know, it was my manager's idea, so it's great.
Final question. Your teammate, longtime friend, Donald Cerrone goes into the Hall of Fame this week. What has he meant to your career, and what does it mean to you that he said, you know, if I could say one guy's the next cowboy, it's Yair Rodriguez?
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. My man. Well, I was messaging him yesterday. I'm like, hey, I want fucking tickets. What the fuck are you doing? He's like, bro, fucking, you can call me if you want. It's up to you. But like, just go and do your shit. Focus on you. I don't want you to lose focus because of this or that or whatever. And just do you. And then I'll be there, if possible, to help you out Cowway. I'll be there with you in the sauna. You know, we'll go have fun. We will play. Just focus on yourself. And that's what I'll do. You know, he doesn't need me there in the Hall of Fame induction or anything like that. I understand that he will be busy. I'm busy doing everything that I have to do. And he knows I'm always going to be there for him. So one night, it doesn't going to make any difference. So I just love him. I wish him all the best. I congratulate him. And you guys will see. I have a good surprise for you guys Saturday.
Yeah, you're over to your left here in the back. Quick question for you. You know, this is the second biggest underdog you've ever been in the UFC, and the only other time was your fight against Max Holloway. And I mean, that first round was one hell of a first round, and I don't think very many people saw that coming. But do you embrace this? Like, do you embrace this opportunity to play spoiler, and people, at least the odds makers, betting against you there?
Again, I don't put attention to none of that. Like, people can always think whatever they want. Like, at the end of the day, what's gonna talk is my results in fighting. You know, people can bet against me whenever they want. You know, but my friends are winning more by betting to me. You know, so I like it. I like being on the underdog. I like being in the underdog. I'm gonna show you guys why you guys are wrong about me.
And then last question for you. We're in the gambling capital of the world. I gotta ask you, do you have a favorite roulette number, or do you have a favorite color you like in roulette?
Favorite color?
And roulette. Do you play roulette at all? You're in the gambling capital of the world. Gotta ask it.
I didn't understand the question. Can somebody help me out with that?
Roleta. ¿Juegas acá, haces apuestas acá en Las Vegas?
Oh, okay.
¿Tu color favorito? ¿Tu número favorito?
Rojo o negro.
Oh, no, black. All right. Thank you.
Also, I guess this week turned out a little different than you planned at the beginning of it. What is this like for your UFC debut, media day, international fight week? I mean, this is pretty wild.
Oh man, it's crazy. I think I'm in a dream right now. But at the same time, this is what I work for, and this is why I put in all the hard work. So at the same time, I'm excited too. But it's like, oh man, it's like a dream.
Absolutely. How did it all come together? What was the sequence of events that came together for you?
Well, honestly, I was supposed to originally be on a Contender Series in August, and then a couple hours ago, I got a call saying that I have an opportunity to be on the main card fighting Bo Nichols. So I'm like, all right, let's go. I mean, you know, it couldn't get no better than that. I mean, I don't have to wait, you know what I'm saying, straight in, you know, into a debut fight versus one of the better guys, I guess, on the roster. So it's exciting.
Like you said, everybody's trying to get here, right? When you get the opportunity, you're not going to turn it down. But it is against Bo Nickal, right? This mythical figure of Bo Nickal. I mean, did you have any conversation about that? Like, is this the right opportunity, or could we just hang around and wait for Contender Series?
Oh, I didn't think twice about it. I was just like, let's go. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Either way, I'm gonna have to, you know, get in and find somebody tough anyway. So why not do it now? You know.
You had a little bit of a layoff prior to this time, right? So what's been going on? Because it's, you know, this was a big opportunity for you, but there's been some time in between fights.
I wouldn't say it's a layoff because I was training still, but I wasn't signed at the time. You know, ever since I got signed, that's where we got the ball moving. So ever since I got signed, we got the ball moving. But I wouldn't consider it as a layoff. I would say more like preparation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, training and then honing the skills, you know, as I go.
Last thing for me, coming into this, as you said, I mean, you're here. It's the dream, right? But how do you look at this? Is this a no-lose situation? Like, if it doesn't go your way, we just did what we could do? Or do you feel like, no, I got to go in there and do something?
No, I'm coming in to put on a show. Winning this fight is mandatory for me. There's no slack or nothing like that. This is not just a fight just because it's on short notice. I'm coming to fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming to put on a show. I'm coming to utilize my opportunity and maximize it to the fullest.
Over here. We've heard from, like, in the past, fighters that have taken these short notice fights that sometimes it's a blessing in disguise for them because they don't dwell on it for like months and weeks at a time, especially ahead of their UFC debut. I'm curious what camp you fall in. Like, would you have preferred, like, I'm sure you would have preferred a full camp, but in terms of your UFC debut on International Fight Week on a main card pay-per-view, is it a blessing in disguise that you don't have to just dwell on this for weeks?
Actually, yes, it's a blessing in disguise because when I heard I was on a Contender, it was like way out, you know what I'm saying? And I'm still waiting. So you couldn't get any better than this, you know what I'm saying? 2 days notice. I mean, obviously I gotta do what I gotta do to, you know, be ready. But 2 days notice is nothing to me because I'm used to, like, pretty much my whole amateur career is built off short notice fight. And my last fight that I took in Orlando, it was a short notice fight. I took that fight the day of the weigh-in. So short notice fight don't really shake me, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's an opponent, and we're gonna fight.
Kind of going off of that, the UFC tends to like fighters that take these quick turnaround, these short notice fights. Are you gonna be one of those guys, or are you gonna be?
Yeah, I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna be that guy to step in every time they need me.
I'm curious, how much did you watch of Bo Nickal and his fight career and stuff?
I saw him on the Contender Series. I know he was he wasn't on my radar until a couple of days ago. But I know he's a good wrestler, Division I, I guess state champion, undefeated in MMA, so am I. And he's just like another fighter like me. So I'm ready to go. I'm ready to tussle with this guy.
Last one for me. On this same card, it's Robbie Lawler's last fight ever. So I'm curious, like, you obviously a fight fan. Do you have a favorite memory of Robbie's career, a favorite fight of his?
When I just started watching MMA, Robbie Lawler, he fought Nick Diaz. That was a good fight. That was a good fight. He fought, it was a bloody one. He fought, I think, Roy McDonald. Yeah, that was a bloody one. So, and then he won the welterweight championship. So I know who Robbie Lawler is. Yeah, so for him to go out like this and for me to be on a platform like this with him retiring, I mean, couldn't get me no better than that. You know, it's a dream come true.
Question for you. talking about the magnitude of this fight. It's your UFC debut. It's on International Fight Week. You're opening for the pay-per-view. All these things amount and start to stack up against one another. In your mind and in your preparation through the journey from where you started to where you are now, what do you think has built you and got you many points?
For my team, my coaches, from day one, my coach Julian always tell me, so when you get there, just be patient. When you get there, it's like everything gonna be going fast. So you just gotta take it in and then stay calm and then take it as you go and enjoy the moment. So that's what I'm doing right now. It's a lot, but I'm just taking it for what it is and enjoy the moment, and because this is my moment, I earned it, so I'm enjoying it and living to the fullest. But damn, I can't wait to Saturday night.
Speaking of that moment, elaborate a little bit more on the story, where you were when you got the call for the move up from the Contender Series and everything on it.
Honestly, I just got off a long day of work. I came home, cooked my dinner, sat down, popped the Corona. I'm about to sit down. Next thing you know, Lance is calling me. He's like, hey, where you weight at? I'm like, about 206, 211. He's like, well, there he goes, do you want to, this opportunity for you, do you want to take it? It's against Bo Nickel. So I say, yeah, I'll take it. And he goes, confirm with your coach first. And then he was with it. So I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's run it. Next thing you know, a couple hours later, I was out here dropping away. And, because ever since, like I said, I haven't took a layoff. I've been training. I've been training consistently in camps. Not like as a fight camp, but like training, like keeping the body in shape, learning new things, taking classes and stuff like that. So I'm ready. I'm ready.
Val, over.
Any more ready.
And talk a little bit about you being ready. I want you to talk about a little bit about your family. Like, what impact have they made along this journey and now being in this moment in spotlight and everything happening so fast? Talk about their impact on you.
Basically, pretty much back in the days, my dad was a boxer. So, but he never really made it on the big scene. We used to in the backyard is like a dirt spot, ropes around it, and then, I'm watching them going at it, I remember one time, I never seen my dad took an ass whooping before, but I seen him took an ass whooping that day. He was just putting water in his head, so I was like, damn, this is crazy. This man is crazy. So I really picked up on that as I go. I definitely got the drive from him and the aggression and the gladiator mentality. So that's why,
Val, over here. You mentioned work. What do you do for work outside of fighting?
I used to work in a restaurant, but I quit that and opened my own landscaping company. So that's what I'm doing right now full time. So I can actually make my schedule to actually train and, put more time to my career. So that's what I do in the daytime. I go training, and when I get out of training, I go do landscaping, and I come home and do it every day, do it again.
And with the getting called up to the UFC, does that change things for you in terms of work? Are you going to still keep doing that?
Oh, no, that doesn't change anything for me. I have a crew back home taking care of everything. Being on this platform doesn't change anything. I still want to grow my business and, hire people in and, feed families and change life still. Ain't nothing changed. I'm just where I wanted to be. That's all.
And I saw a lot of fighters on social media kind of giving you a shout-out, supporting you. I saw Ode Osborne, Chris Curtis. What does that mean to you to have so many other fighters kind of rooting for you this weekend?
I mean, those guys are like family. You know what I'm saying? I have a relationship with those family. I train with those guys, been in the same spot with those guys. So we have a relationship, and I feel like we have a good connection, and those guys are really supportive. Ever since I came to Vegas, they've been really supportive, and that's really a big because, coming out here, you know what I'm saying, not from, this is not my hometown, you know what I'm saying? I'm just out here. Pretty much I'm in the big old ocean right now, you know what I'm saying? So that's really good to get those support from those guys. It means a lot.
And just last one for me, I know you kind of talked a little bit about before, but you kind of feel like you're playing a bit with house money here. You get the call up, a lot of people counting you out. Bo's supposed to be this, phenom, and here you are looking to spoil the party. Talk a bit about that and just sort of the mentality going on.
I'm definitely going to be the bad apple Saturday night. I'm definitely going to be that guy. I'm known for that, pretty much. I'm known for ruining this guy's careers. Not career, but records and stuff. I'm known for that. I'm known for the upset. And I love being the underdog because I thrive off of that. You know what I'm saying? after the fight, I want people come up to me, hey, you good job, you know what I'm saying? You did a good job, you know, we was counting you out, you came through, you know what I'm saying? You did your thing, you know what I'm saying? I'm coming out there to show them that I'm a dog. They will see.
On that same note, you know, just talking, I mean, plus 1,200 is about as big of an underdog as it gets in the UFC, man. Like, you know, how you feeling? First time up, stepping up, have the chance to play as big of a spoiler as it gets.
I mean, 12 plus 1,200 don't mean nothing. That's what they predict. The UFC fight is not script. It's about to be live, so we'll see.
Perfect. And then last question for you. In the gambling capital of the world, I got to ask you, got a favorite roulette number or color?
Blue.
Over here, back here. How does it feel that, and by the way, because you mentioned that you took couldn't notice fights throughout your career, is it because you've been in such a prominent division in the UFC with such a rich history with like the Anderson Silvas and the Chris Weidmans? Is that the reason why? Because you always had that talent in the back of your head that you're so comfortable saying, hey, yeah, my first fight, I'll take a Volkanovski fight?
I would say not really, but I'm the type of guy, like, once I start something, I'm consistent with it. You know what I'm saying? So being an MMA fighter, my whole 6 years of fighting, I've always been ready. You know what I'm saying? I've always been ready. Like, you call me, like, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? My second amateur fight, I took a fight within, like, same thing, made weight, cut 20 pounds, you know, made weight and won that fight. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about the mindset. It's all about what you want. You know what I'm saying? It's all about how hungry you are. It's all about how bad you want it. You know what I'm saying? And it all comes down to, you know, excuses. I don't make excuses for myself. If I got to do it, I got to just do it, you know, and get it over with. So I feel like that's what makes me different.
Your first fight, you potentially shocked the world and you railed
I'm gonna.
hype train and also have the most popular landscaping company in the world. I mean,
I'm gonna shock the world.
shock the world.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna look him in his eyes after that. I'm gonna say, hey, thanks for the opportunity, but I'm the better man today. You know what I'm saying? I wanted more than you. That's it? All right.
go with being a massive card here? You know, International Fight Week, you're facing a legend of the sport in this spot. I mean, does this feel like a big moment in your career for you?
Oh yeah, the biggest. I'm stoked, man. I'm ready to get in there and get brawling, right?
I love it. Looks like it should be a brawl. I wonder, I mean, Robbie's kind of like one of the most beloved figures in the sport, right? Is it challenging at all to be like, my job is to go out there and send this dude into retirement with a loss?
No, it's just another fight. You know, I've got to fight a few legends, so that's nothing new to me. I'm going to go in there. He's an opponent, and I'm going to try to punch him in the head.
Very nice. Prepared in Wisconsin this time, is that right? What was due to the change-up, and how did that all come together?
Well, the opportunity just occurred to go train over there with Duke and with Ben Askren and a couple other high-level fighters, and it was dope, man. I got to get a lot of sparring in with a good southpaw, Jordan Newman. And then I got to wrestle with Ben, got to work a lot of striking with Duke. It was just everything fell in place, and we went up there for 5 weeks. So I really missed my family.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. Like, it seemed like the training was high level. But you being away from your family that long seems like a tough assignment. So is this something that you would do again, or you're like, that was once and we'll never do that again?
Maybe again in the future, but not anytime soon. Definitely not this year again. You know, I missed my son's birthday. Not only because of here, but because of, you know, I was in Wisconsin. So I miss my kids. Father's Day, I miss Father's Day. We almost left, me and my coach. We were like, yo, I'm done with this. We're going back. And then we were like, no. Prayed about it, and God's like, no, you got to stay out here and get your work done. So we stayed, and we kept out there, and now I'm ready to get it done.
I love it. Made the sacrifice. Obviously, Robbie, a legendary brawler. I mean, this seems like a fight on paper that could be an insane brawl, but there seems to be maybe a smart way to approach the fight as well. So are you thinking about this as like, let's be tactical, or is it like, let's go do what everybody I think wants to see us do?
You guys all know me. Man, when I get in there, there's no telling what I'm going to do. If the takedown might be there, I might take it. If not, we're standing and banging. You know, that's how it goes with me. I just keep going wherever the fight flows.
Last thing for me, I mean, taking out a Hall of Famer. You know, you said you fought some legends. Where do you see yourself moving forward with this? Is it other names like this? Do you want to keep facing legends like this? Or are you talking about rankings, moving, that sort of thing? Where do you see yourself?
If a ranking comes, I'm not crying, you know, but I want to fight all the legends. You know, I want to be the legend getter, you know. Not the legend killer. I just want to get in there with all of them, you know. Who knows who's next? You know, only God knows that question, but I'm ready for any of them.
Nico, over here. Right here. How's it going? Hey, yeah, good to see you. You mentioned training with Ben Askren and all that in Wisconsin. What was the connection there? Like, who did you reach out to them? Did they reach out to you? How did that all come together?
I had a buddy who trains over there. He's one of the coaches over there, and he came down to Florida. I actually met him at like a semi-pro football team, or a semi-pro football game. And the kid, he was in the corner about 30 feet away, and he's like, yo, is that Nico Price? And I happened to hear him, and I was like, yeah, what's up, man? And then from there on, he came to the gym, and then we talked. He's like, yeah, I trained at Askren's over there. He talked to Ben, and then he goes, I also train at Duke's, and then talked to Duke, and just went out there for a couple weeks. We got some sponsors to cover it up, or cover the pricing, and got it done.
Obviously, Askren fought Robbie Lawler, had a whole camp for him. How much insight did he give to you this camp?
He gave me some good little pointers and stuff to like look out for him, just stuff they looked for, because the fight he had with Robbie was totally like, you know.
It was a weird one, yeah.
Yeah, that was a weird fight. Yeah. Robbie took him down, and then a bulldog choke occurred. You know, that's like one of the few bulldog chokes in the game, you know.
Would you say this camp was a bit better in the sense that, and I know you miss your family, but you also don't have to be a dad. You can kind of just focus on fighting. Do you feel like this camp was maybe a bit better than other ones just from that perspective?
It was weird. You know, I got to feel what it felt like to not have kids, which is I really actually don't like. My kids are my motivation, you know, so like that's why we almost left Milwaukee and Father's Day, because I was like, dude, I got to see my kids, you know, like some of my babies are like, you need to come home, you know, when are you coming home? Tomorrow, right? And I'm like, we got 3 more weeks, man. Sorry, Micah, you know, I'll be home soon though. But yeah, it was weird to me. Actually being able to sleep at night. You know, normally I'm getting kicked by babies and kids all night, or someone cries, I got to get up and run over there and just see what's happening because of the parent feeling like, oh God, something happened. Get over there. But
and I was just going to ask, does this change your corner at all as far as who will be in the cage with you on Saturday?
No, I have my same corner. My only new corner would be my wrestling coach I'm bringing in this time. So he'll be in there with me.
And just last one for me, are you surprised this fight's not on the main card with it being Robbie's retirement fight?
I don't know. The whole entire card's stacked. You know, there's a lot of prospects coming up. There's a lot of great fighters on the card. So, you know, we fall where we fall. Simple as that.
Nico, over here. In the past, we've heard fighters when they've had to leave their families, like it being away from them for so long, it makes them kind of hate their opponent. Like, you're the guy, you're the reason I'm not around them. Are you a guy like that? Is that any moment in your mind where like Robbie's the guy that I have to do this for?
No, I'm not like that at all. I saw Robbie in the hotel yesterday, and I walked over to him and shook his hand and was like, "What's up, legend?" You know, like, I got nothing against him, man. You know, I just know that this is my job. It's part of the business. And I chose to take this opportunity to go away and train 5 weeks at a new area where I'm not comfortable. You know, so uncomfort builds greatness. And I was just ready to get it done now.
Kind of going off of your interaction with Robbie, he seems like a guy that a lot of there's not many fighters that dislike Robbie Lawler. So I'm curious, like, do you have a favorite fight memory of Robbie's, like a favorite fight from watching his career?
Yes, I do. The Roy McDonald fight is awesome. You know, that's just a fight of two warriors not quitting, and then Robbie screaming at someone with 3 lips. You know, so I would say that's probably one of the favorite.
Just over here. Just going off the back of that, do you have any other memories or you know, any other words to say about Robbie and his career, perhaps?
To me, he's a legend, man. He had the belt, defended the belt in spectacular fashion. He's just been in the sport for over 20 years. You know, he started at 18, I think, fighting, like professionally. I started at 18, but I wasn't professional at 18. You know, he was in there knocking people out on camera at 18. So, you know, I've been talking about this fight since I was 18. You know, like when I started, I found out who he was and what he's done. I was like, man, one day, what if we get in there with Robbie? And then, like I've been telling everyone, the email came through, and I was like, yeah, let's go. It's here. Time to go.
And someone that's also being inducted into the Hall of Fame is Donald Cerrone, who you fought before in the past. Do you have any thoughts on his career and him being inducted into the Hall of Fame?
They're both legends. You know, in my eyes, I have utmost respect for them both. You know, they've done things that I haven't got to do yet, but I will be doing.
And lastly, can I get a prediction how you think the main event this weekend is going to go down between Volkanovski and Rodriguez?
I'm definitely a Volk fan. Like, Volkanovski is a beast. You know, he's well-rounded everywhere. Yair he's spontaneous everywhere. Me and him sort of have the same type of style. He's just a jumper and a spinner, you know? And I lay on my back and heel kick people. But no, I'm going to be going with Volk because he's earned my respect. I got to talk to him. We both like doing fun things, hanging out with our family, paddleboarding, all types of craziness, so.
Nico, Robbie's last fight, here, right?
I see you.
Robbie's last fight was on last year's international fight versus Brian Barberena. I just want to see if you got to catch that fight, and what did you make of that fight?
Yeah, that fight was great. He was doing really good, man. And then elbows change everything. You know, you get hit with an elbow, it's like getting hit with a mallet. You know, not a rubber mallet, good old steel one. And
you're back at the T-Mobile Arena, a big Vegas fight week. I mean, what's been your favorite part about this fight specifically?
Same stuff, you know. We get to come in here, we get to talk to all you cool people. You know, you get to see a bunch of other cool people. Just a great experience all around.
Nico, this fight against Robbie, you know, you call him a legend, I think 15 times already up here. This is the biggest betting favorite you've been in the UFC. I'm just kind of curious, like, do you take that as a pride of honor that the odds makers at least think that you're this much better than someone like Robbie Lawler?
I don't even look at the betting, man. I'm not a bettor. I just go in there and I give it 1,000% every time I'm in there. You can expect that every time I'm in there, that I'm coming for the finish, and I'm going to give everything I have until I die.
Perfect. And then I'm just curious, obviously in Vegas this week, kind of curious what your favorite thing about Las Vegas is.
The heat makes it easy to cut weight.
It was so obviously, look, you've been building to this moment for a while, right? Trying to reach it. Now the moment is here. Your opportunity to become champion. What's the feel like just a few days out from this massive fight?
I think the best feel I'm feeling is I deserve that. I deserve because not just because I beat the champion twice, but I deserve because I come for 3 in a row, 2 performance of the night with 2 top 5 opponents, and I think this is one of the best flyweight titles match because he come with one beautiful victory with the Kai Kara France and Davidson Figueiredo. This fight gonna be very excited for fans and everybody, and I'm excited to start to fighting. I'm excited to July 8th. The octagon's closed, and let's go.
You mentioned the 2 victories that you have over him. How relevant are those fights, right? It's been 5 years since the last one, but mentally speaking, knowing that you've beat him, or maybe tactically, you've been in there with him. How relevant are those fights to this one?
Really, this is nothing to me. That's a different opponent for me. And one thing is, I'm excited to see how much me and Moreno involve. Everybody talking about how much he involved about his last fight with me, and that's what I want to see. Because I'm training America Top Team for 5 years. I never leave of the gym. I'm training a lot, and I'm involved a lot. And I want to see how much I'm involved with one guy I fight before. That's a good interest for me, and maybe that's some more energy for Moreno because he lose to me twice, and maybe he's keeping this in his head. But for me, this is good because I know if I lose for someone twice times, I'm gonna make difference, and this make me very alert with that, and so prepared for that fight.
Nice. And you mentioned your evolution. You've been building here for a while, but your last couple of performances were your most impressive. What clicked or what changed that was the key to these great performances in your last few fights?
Obvious, America Top Team, huge difference. Barrumpa in my corner, Luciano Macarrão, my striker coach, and all the coaches in America Top Team. I like to say that because it's a big gym, big family there. A lot of good training partners. A lot of guys come and leave of the gym, and I'm stay training. But I think one point is when I moved to Florida, and sometimes I don't have my family with my side, and I can bring my family close to me. And now I'm the father, and I'm the guy of the proof of the house, what side of my wife and my 2 kids. I think when you live with your family, husband, wife, 2 kids, I think this make me more confidence. This make me more like I'm growing in my head. I'm feel. I think my mind every time is good, but now I'm of the man of the house, and I feel this point. I feel like so ready. Feel very confident for that. I think maybe this is the thing I have, and I want to use all in the fight.
Last thing for me, I mean, like 7 years since The Ultimate Fighter, you've been on this journey. You talk about your family, all those things. I mean, what would it mean for you on Saturday night to be undisputed UFC champion?
I think that word deserve. I deserve fight for the belt, and that's nice fight with Moreno. One guy what I respect a lot. One of the guys learn a lot with when he's lose, and one of the guy in the tough, he's a number 16. This the underdog guy, and when I fight with him in the tough, people think about maybe Pantoja is not good enough, but now everybody can see the first fight of tough 24. Both guys gonna fight for the belt. That's very special for me, for Moreno. I think for all the guys for the tough, this is a very special moment.
Pantoja, over here, other side. I'm curious, when you look at that fight against Brandon and on The Ultimate Fighter, when you're around him, what's the biggest difference you see in his skill set and his game from then to now?
That's a good question. A lot of people talking about how much Moreno involved, and his striking is much better now. He's have a boxing Mexican style, but I think his mind is the big difference. The mind bringing his to the belt, bringing his to the champion. I think that's point. His mind that's more evolved. I can see that.
When you watch that fight, what do you see in yourself then compared to now, like skill-wise?
I feel more confidence in the cage, in the octagon. One of my coaches, Luciano Macarrão, he can control all my aggressive. I'm very aggressive fighter. I like to put that in the cage. I like to put my opponent to feel that. But now I can control more that, I can use when I want.
I'm curious what you make of the rest of the flyweight division right now, because Amir Albazi, Brandon Royval, like a lot of Muhammad Mahayev are making a lot of noise below you. So how do you view the rest of the rankings right now?
I like a lot. Very good fighters, and make very good shows. When you see Matt Danger fight with Sun, one of the best fighters I saw. You have Kai Kara France, one have very powerful guy. Manel Capi. I respect Amir, very good fighter, but he just fight with Kai with this only top 10 he's fighting. He's a good fighter, but I think he need to prove more. Like Mohamed Mokaev, very good fight too. But I see, you have Manel Capi, for me, one of the best guys in the division. Kai Kara France, you have Rival, and very interesting fights, and I'm very happy for all these names in the division. And I look to take the belt and keep my belt. I want to fight all division.
Then last one for me, Saturday is going to be Robbie Lawler's last fight, and then he's going to retire. So I'm curious, do you have a favorite memory of Robbie Lawler, a favorite fight from his career?
No.
Over here, it's right over here. I don't know if you're aware of this, but with Amanda Nunes retiring, there are no Brazilian UFC champions. What does that mean to you to potentially win the belt on Saturday and break that very short streak?
I keep I think I keep this like I don't like to say pressure, but for fans it's a big deal. But I think all Brazilian fighters know about my name for a long time. My first fight in MMA is 2007. That's a big journey, and all divisions. I have some heavyweights in HT, and I have the respect of that guys. And this is for me, it's too much, And for all the fighters, for all Brazilian fighters, he know I'm deserve fight for the belt, and if I take the belt, it's gonna prove for that guys everybody can come to be a champion too.
How frustrating have these last few years been with Moreno fighting Davis and Figueiredo over and over again, and it seemed like things were tied up, and you have these 2 wins over him. Like, was it a very frustrating period for you?
No, I don't look like that. You have you can see for 2 windows on your life, sad or happiness, And I feel happy for Moreno. He's a very good fighter. He's have beautiful family. I respect that. And I'm fighting with this guy 2 times, I'm happy for him. Of course, when I fight with Breno Rival and say I'm the next fight for the belt, and I need to make my surgery, 6 months off, and I need to say no to fight for the belt. I think everything past that for this moment right now, I feel so relaxed and confident and feel I'm deserve fight for the belt. And then I don't feel pressure for fight now.
And just last one for me, train at a great gym, an American Top Team, a lot of fighters in that gym. Was there anyone you mainly worked with for this camp in preparation for Brandon?
I work for all the gym. My coach know how good I am, and then he's put all guys for training with me. And I talk with one of my friends, Adriano Moraes. I think I lose just maybe 2 rounds in 15 rounds. I do it. And I have so special names, Kyoji Riguchi. I learn a lot with this Japanese samurai. He's giving me some good mentality. I work a lot with Jussier Formiga. He's one of my good partners too. And have some names UFC don't know, people don't know, but after my victory, I want to put that guys in evidence, like a Victor Diaz, Paulo Macedo, a lot of names, guys real good and deserve come to the UFC too.
Pendo, just over here, Pantoja.
Hello.
You said that Moreno might be keeping those losses in his head. Do you think that will have, the history between you two will have any mental effect on him on Saturday?
Oh, of course, but I think for a good point, I think I talking about his mindset is very different now. I think his champion mindset, he gonna use that in the fight, He don't want to lose again. And I think because I think about that, he's gonna that's some prepared to me too, I know he don't want to lose more for me, but I'm here. I'm a better fighter when I fight him in 2018, and I think that's a good thing to that fight, to make this fight more aggressive, more interesting for all the fans.
And like you said, he doesn't want to lose to you again, so he's going to be extra motivated to get back those losses on Saturday. What kind of performance are you going to be expecting from him?
I'm expecting the best Moreno. I'm training for... Moreno have a lot of fans, and all these fans come to my Instagram and say, he's a different fighter, he's a prime Moreno, and I'm fighting for that. I'm fighting to fight with the best guys. I think that's the big opportunity to me, fight with the best guys. I'm here for that, fight with the best, and I really want to fight with the prime Moreno, with his best skills, with his mindset different. I want that fight. I really want that fight. I really want to go to the July 8th and see him in the cross of the octagon and make it the best fight ever for all the fans.
And you've said how much a win would mean to you. How do you see yourself getting the job done on Saturday?
I can see a lot of aggressive in that octagon, a lot of motivation for me and for him, I want that belt. He want to keep the belt. 5 rounds, That's going to be a big show for all the fans. And I can say that's going to be the fight of the night.
And lastly from me, just a prediction on the main event between Alexander Volkanovski and Yair Rodriguez.
Yeah, Alex has same name, so maybe it's the night for Alex.
Thank you.
Alexander, ¿podemos hablar un poquito de Portuñol, por favor?
Claro.
Gracias. ¿Cuán complicado o cuán fácil es pelear con alguien al que le has ganado 2 veces, pero a la misma vez ese alguien es el campeón y tiene algo que tú quieres? ¿Cuán complicado o cuán fácil es estar en tu posición ahora mismo?
Me sinto muito motivado para essa peleia. Gosto muito de Moreno, é um bom peleador, peleia como eu gosto, não é um peleador que procura agarrar o adversário, ele peleia para frente. Gosto muito de o estilo de luta, pero venho de muito longe para esta luta. Trabalhei muito para chegar aqui e tenho certeza que vou sair com a vitória.
Él ha mejorado mucho, tú dijiste que él ha mejorado mucho. ¿Tú sientes que él puede ser superior a ti en algo, en grappling, wrestling, striking? ¿Tú ves algo que tú digas, bueno, es verdad que él está bueno en esto, o tú te sientes superior a él básicamente en todas las esferas de MMA?
Talvez em montar Lego. Fora isso, eu não vejo.
¿Mentalmente estás listo para ganar? ¿Estás en tu momento? ¿Es tu consagración el sábado?
Estou muito pronto, muito listo.
Muito obrigado.
Gracias. Thank you.
Quick question for you. You've beaten Brandon twice already. In this upcoming fight, the odds makers still have you as an underdog. I'm kind of just curious, how does that make you feel? You've beaten a guy, you've proven it twice. People, the odds makers still bet against you.
I don't know. This is a good question. Yes, maybe it's that good for you make some money with me, but he's a champion, I don't know. really this is nothing to me. I just come to prove to everybody, especially to Moreno, when I fight with him, he don't can beat me. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Rob, obviously been nothing but big fights and headliners for you for years and years, but coming to Las Vegas, International Fight Week, I mean, it's been a while since you've had one of these. Is it special to you in your career, or is it just the next job assignment?
No, definitely. When the fight fell through in February, I wanted to fight on Fight Week. I was like, if we have to put, a fight together, make it on Fight Week, because it's a special week. It's a special week for the sport, and I guess nostalgic in some way.
Yeah. And quite the crew from the Australia, New Zealand area. I mean, I wonder if there's a sense of pride. I mean, you've kind of been the leader of that charge for a while. Now there's this massive crew of you. Does it mean something to you to have this representation here?
Yeah, definitely. I'm proud of the impact that I've had on the sport, especially in Australia. But it's like having a slice of home. And I think Fight Night is going to be really cool to see all the Aussies, up-and-coming Aussies and New Zealanders on the card, just doing their thing.
All right, the assignment that you have here, I mean, obviously you fought legends of the sport. Where does Dricus stack up? I mean, do you see him as on the level of the athletes that you've been fighting?
Definitely. He's the most dangerous fight to date. And that's because he's the one that's unwritten. Everything in hindsight's easy, right? But, he's the unknown. And I understand the dangers that he presents, because not only is he well-rounded and an athlete, and he, physically, he's a big guy. He's not a small fella. He has nothing to lose. Everyone's already washed him. He's the underdog in this fight. And tell me something more dangerous than a man with nothing to lose, everything to gain. And to show respect for that level of danger that he's brought. I have trained like a madman for the last 14 weeks. And, may the best man win. He's going to get the best version of myself come the weekend.
Is it difficult for you to accept assignments like that? Because like you said, I mean, he's got everything to gain, nothing to lose. I mean, when you figure out the other side of that equation, is it difficult for you to step into fights like that, given all that you've already done in your career?
Mate, that's the business. That's the business. If you're not up and coming, you're stopping the up and comers, aren't you? So, it's just part of the gig.
Nice. Last thing for me, clearly can't look past Saturday night, but I think everybody's looking towards Australia in 9 weeks. Is that even a consideration to you that, a win here, maybe I could be in a championship matchup in 2 months? Or, I mean, I know you like time with the family, and, is that even a consideration in your eye?
I'd like to fight in Sydney. It's one of those things. But, my calendar doesn't go past the weekend right now. Nothing matters past the weekend. Just got to get past this obstacle first.
Rob, over here. A lot's been made from Dricus' team about his nose surgery and like this 18% or whatever it was oxygen that he wasn't able to get in his previous fights. How much do you look into that, and do you think it will play a difference in the fight?
I laughed it off at first, right? I laughed it off and thought, oh, yeah, whatever. But then I got like a stuffy nose and went to training, and it was tiring, man. Like, it couldn't get any. So maybe there's some truth to that. Regardless, I didn't train the last 14 weeks for one round. I didn't train not to expect him to come out like a racehorse. So I'm not too worried. I don't expect him to gas. You know, it's just setting myself up for failure.
And I feel like in entering his most recent fights, a lot of people expect his opponent to kind of use Dricus as the launching pads, like they're writing Dricus off before, and he just keeps proving people wrong. Why do you think all of these pundits and fans kind of haven't viewed him as this potential contender throughout his career?
I don't understand anybody who underestimates their opponents. Mate, we're in the fight game. We're in the best company in the world with the best fighters in the world. I don't understand where you think every single one of those guys in the division isn't going to knock your block off if you aren't ready. It just seems a little silly. He's the guy that if you underestimate, he's going to run over you. Especially with his greatest strength, which is I think his resilience, because he's been so close to defeat multiple times, yet somehow scraped victory. It's a scary trait to have.
Were you surprised that they gave you Dricus? Because a lot of people just assumed that they might try to make the Israel fight because they were kind of going back and forth, and you had already fought Israel twice, and maybe they didn't want you to knock off a future contender. Were you surprised that they gave you Dricus?
No, I asked if it was free. After February fell through, the bank account's looking a little slim. So yeah, let's get busy.
And last one for me, Saturday's also going to be Robbie Lawler's last fight, and then he's going to retire. I'm curious if you have a favorite memory from Robbie's career or favorite fight.
Mate, he's an absolute legend. When I was a welterweight, I remember watching him, and I remember saying to myself, like, screw fighting that guy. Like, because he's just so malicious. He becomes like soulless when he's fighting, and like you can tell he would bite you if he could. Like, and that was an intimidating dude. So he's had an outstanding career, and I am privileged to be able to be on his last fight card.
Rob, over here. We had a big middleweight fight last week with Sean Strickland and Abus Magomedov. Did you happen to watch it, and if so, what did you think of the result?
I did, and I thought that was an outstanding performance by Strickland. I thought he just went out there, stuck to his guns, and just probably his best performance to date. Unreal.
What do you make of some of the matchmaking in your division? It looks like they're trying to push new contenders like Abus fighting Strickland. We've got Ikram fighting Paulo Costa. Do you think that's good, or do you think some of these guys are kind of getting a little bit fast-tracked?
No, it's good. That's the UFC. That's the game. That's the division. It's rife with opportunity. All you need to do is just reach for it and make sure you're prepared. I think introducing new blood's always good. It keeps things interesting, keeps you on your toes, you know.
And again, you're getting a 3-round fight here. I know you've had that last couple, but does the preparation change at all for the fact that it's not 5 rounds?
Yeah, certainly. It's the work is just as hard, but the pacing is different. You know, you're preparing to get the most out of 3 rounds, with the 3rd round being as good as the first. It's different if you're preparing for 5 rounds and the 5th round being as good as your first. Okay, it's just a different pacing, different regime.
And just last one for me, another big fight that took place a couple weeks ago of 2 opponents you fought, Jared Cannonier and Marvin Vettori. What did you think of Jared's victory over him? It was a pretty dominant performance.
Yeah, another stellar fight, mate. Unreal performance by Cannonier. Did his thing. Got a bit hairy there in the first round, but he pulled through. He wore out Vettori and gave him a pretty good beating. Vettori, I don't know, tough guy. Just couldn't get his timing. Couldn't get into his mojo in that fight. So yeah, have to wait and see how he turns it around.
Hey Rob, you've obviously been the face of Australian MMA for so long in the UFC, right? Is it refreshing to have some new guys, carry that mantle, like Jack Della, and obviously Alex is pound for pound #1 right now? Like, is it just refreshing to have Australia be the new blood right now?
I wouldn't say that word refreshing. I think it's great that Australian athletes, and especially Australian mixed martial artists, are just we're everywhere now. We're at the highest level of just about every division. And it is great to see. You know, it is great to see. It's great to see it because the growth, it only affects the growth of the sport in Australia, which opens doors of opportunity for all the up-and-coming athletes that want to make, you know, a full-time gig of this. And yeah, like the question earlier, there's also a slice of home on just about every card now. So it's cool. It's really cool.
I mean, how has it been like, you know, sitting back knowing that there's talent coming from Australia, but it was slow to get here.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like it was like a job of mine to wave the flag. I was a flag carrier. You know, it wasn't something like I had to switch on for work. It's just not being an idiot. You know, it's great. The sport is just getting bigger in Australia. Australian athletes are taking over the world. It is a good time to be a mixed martial artist in Australia.
Finally, I just want your thoughts on Jack Dale Maddalena, man. He's taken the UFC by storm. So fun to watch. Just what are your thoughts on him?
Mate, he's a good guy. Brought his wife and kid. My interactions with him have been like really cool. He's just a good bloke, which is so much more important than being a good fighter.
Awesome. Thanks, Rob.
Rob, back here. Rob, when you look at the middleweight division, you see contenders move up and down, and you're still that guy really at the top of the division outside the belt holder. What do you think's been the key to staying this consistent over the years and even, you know, attempts at getting that title back?
Mate, firstly, I don't really look at the rankings. I don't really, unless you're the next guy I'm fighting, it doesn't matter. Or unless you're in possession or the objective at the end of the game, then it doesn't matter. And so with the movements and the new blood and everything else that's happening in the division, it's cool. It's cool. But in terms of, you know, staying at the top, I guess I have drive. I have drive. My family and my kids, they give me the drive I need, unlimited drive, unlimited fuel to do what I need to do. And my coaches are always pushing me to get 1% better every single day, to try and inch out new angles of my game so that every fight that I go into, you see a better version of myself. And I'd like to think that that's exactly what has been happening.
In terms of your skills, what's one thing you're very proud of that you've gotten good at since you've been a top contender?
Mate, I'm proud of all my skills. I think my skills across the board have gotten much better. I'm proud that I've started mixing up the takedowns a little bit more in fights, just to, you know, mix things up. But yeah, my entire skill set has been increasing.
Robert, just over here. You said that Dricus is the most dangerous to date because of that unknown, but what do you think the difference maker will be for you in terms of your strengths against Dricus? And is there anything that you feel that you need to be aware of, anything specific with him?
I've got to be aware of everything, you know. Like, fights can be as simple as zigging instead of zagging, right? I'm going into this fight and I'm going to put my best foot forward. I'm going to do the things that I've trained for months working on to make him worry about my strengths and to create holes and opportunities in his game. That's my general plan with every fight, is to create holes and opportunity. And this fight is much the same.
And I know you don't want to look past Saturday, but a win here will get you another shot at the title. How much does that mean to you, and does that put pressure on yourself?
Mate, no more pressure than there's always ever been. Every fight someone says, like, is there pressure? What about this? This fight gets you that way. It pushes you in this direction. You get, mate, winning is enough pressure. There's no need to add sprinkles on top.
By you not thinking further ahead, you know, past Saturday, is that another way of you dealing with that and not having to think too much about what this brings?
Perhaps. It might be a way that I deal with the pressure. It's just like not worrying about it, not having expectations of what the future holds. Because no point making plans for Sunday. You know, you don't make it out Saturday.
And just lastly, can I get a prediction for the main event on Saturday?
Oh, that's a tricky one. I'm going to back Volk. Got it, right? He's, and I do believe he's a powerhouse of the game. I really do. But Yair, in his last fight, looked possessed. I think he brings a different angle that Volk hasn't had to deal with, which is the kicks. But that's not to say that Volk doesn't have the skill set to nullify those. I think, yeah, I'm very interested in this fight. I'm going to back Volk. He's got to be the favourite in this fight. But, yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
Thank you.
Robert, back here. A quick question for you. You know, you talked at the beginning about, nothing but easier than fighting with house money and how dangerous a man is that has nothing to lose. This is the biggest betting favorite you've been in your time in the UFC. I'm kind of just curious, like, do you think that is deserved? Do you, kind of just curious your take on the betting line being as big as it is?
Mate, what do the odd makers know?
Good question. And then, the other question I have for you, obviously in Las Vegas, just kind of curious what your favorite things about Las Vegas are.
Mate, I love Las Vegas. I love fighting here. I really do. It does feel like a home away from home at this point just because I've been here so many bloody times. I love the Strip. There's always someone up. It's good to look out the window and to see the people walking around, the lights on. I don't know, it's a good feeling. Yeah.
And any favorite table games to subscribe into sometimes?
Say that again, say
Do you have any favorite casino table games to get into sometimes?
Mate, I used to enjoy gambling, the odd punt, the odd roulette, the spin of the wheel, the odd roll of the dice. I enjoyed it until I realised that I'm not willing to lose enough to make any money that matters. And then all the fun went away. I don't know what it was. So anybody listening that has a problem or just loses $200 here or there, yeah, think about it.
Robert, got one for you, the back right. In your assessment of watching Dracus, what do you feel has made him so successful?
His resilience and his ability to not quit. He's an athlete, he's talented, he's got a very well-rounded skill set. And the fact that he doesn't quit is dangerous. It's dangerous. It'll beat a lot of guys that do. And you've seen that time and time again in his fights. He's been so close to losing and then scraped victory because he doesn't quit. And then his opponents do.
Has that almost posed the challenge to you then to see if you can, so to say, break him?
Oh, it's not about breaking him. It's about being better than him. I'm going to try and dismantle him. I'm going to try and create holes and opportunity that I can exploit to take the win.
Thank you, sir.
Cool.
¿Ya llevo que 3? 9, dijiste que...
Brandon, how exciting is it to not be preparing to fight Davison Figueredo?
Let's go, man. I always answer the same, man. I mean, I feel very grateful with Davison for what we did in the UFC, in the MMA, you know, for our careers, for the history of the sport. But, I mean, of course, I feel happy at the same time, you know, to fight with another guy, you know. I felt this kind of fresh air when I fought against Kai France in Dallas, and this one is the same. I feel very cool.
Pantoja was here earlier. He had a lot of respect for you. But I know he was kind of like right in front of your face saying, let's fight, let's get this going. Did that make it kind of personal for you at all?
Nah, man. I mean, sorry if I'm not this guy who loves to talk shit in social media or try to make some drama. But at the end, that works for me, man. You know, the people love what I'm doing because it's real, it's natural. So I don't have nothing personal against Alexander Pantoja. For sure, this competitive part of myself, knowing he beat me twice in the past, give me a different flavor, for sure. But at the same time, I'm just thinking about the opportunity, man. The opportunity to, hey, if you beat Alexander Pantoja in the T-Mobile Arena, International Fight Week, man, your legacy, man, your legacy. So I'm just like very focused in that last goal to win my next fight, my second first title defense.
It is interesting, right, the history between you two, that he has beaten you twice. I mean, how much does that impact this? Like, is there like a mental thing there when you get in there or something, you know, about the technique? I mean, how much do those two last fights affect this fight?
I mean, I don't know how he's managing this new fight against me, because I've been like watching like a stalker all his interviews and everything, and I can see it, and he say no, but I can feel like he's motivated. Like, hey, I know I beat him, I can do it again. You know, he has this that kind of sensation. I can see it in his face and how he in his body language. For me, it's just that competitive part. Like, man, he beat you, but you need to know you are so different. And I don't like to talk too much about like, oh, I'm a different fighter and whatever, because I don't even need to talk about it. The people can say it. I mean, a lot of fighters say like, oh, I'm a different fighter, I changed too much. But then you watch their fights and it's kind of the same, you know. But my situation, I always put this example, like, it's very similar, for example, with Charles Oliveira. Like, when he came to the UFC, he was a kind of, you know, a good fighter, winning some fights, losing some fights, then getting some bonuses, then loses again. But then he started to win and win and win, and everybody was like, what happened with this guy? Why he's just winning? And then he got the title. He lost against Makhachev, but then he got this amazing victory against Beneil Dariush. So I think it's very hard to find example like that, and I feel I'm that kind of example. You know, I just changed. I'm just different. You know, talking about the technical part, talking about the mental part, and that's it, man. I just want to show that to the world this Saturday. I don't want to talk too much about it, but man, I'm ready. I'm ready to shine this Saturday.
Last thing for me, you know, you had this long chapter with Davison Figueredo, and then you mentioned this one kind of for your legacy to get the. Are there other fights that you see on the horizon for yourself that you need for your legacy or you want for your legacy?
Yeah, I mean, man, I'm focused in Pantoja right now. I know I can start to talk and say like, hey, I want to fight with this, with this, with this. But man, I can't disrespect Pantoja right now. And actually, I don't want to say any name right now. I want to be very focused in Pantoja because I know he's motivated, he won my head, and he won my belt. And man, this one is mine. Not this one, but you understand.
Brandon, right here.
You mentioned, this is the first defense of the second reign. What do you want this one to be different compared to your first time, like both mentally and just how you're trying to perceive yourself as a champion?
Yes, I mean, I was talking about this before. I remember my first title defense in Anaheim. Everything changed. Talking about, I mean, my media obligations, all the cameras, the interviews. Man, that can be very stressful at the end. I remember myself finishing. I don't know. I remember Tuesday or Wednesday after all the media. I went to my room. I was like, oh man, I'm so exhausted. I mean, I'm done. But then I remember, like, oh, now you need to train and sweat because you need to make weight this Friday. Like, oh my goodness. So I just tried to learn from that.
Do you feel like, in hindsight, maybe you weren't quite ready for that, and now you are?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, the experience. I mean, I know it. Every single fight, I know what is coming. I speak English, I speak Spanish. I know every single interview is both languages, for example. I'm just doing examples. And I changed my trainings, for example. Now, I train in the morning. And I spend all my energy in that training. Then I go for the media, and but at the end, if I'm tired, like, I mean, if I do a bad interview.
And the last fight, I know the transition between camps. You went to Fortis, and it was a little bit chaotic. But now you've had the full proper camp with Safe and everything. Can you just talk about how that relationship is growing and what it's been like to train there?
Man, Safe and we made a huge connection almost immediately. So last year, 2022, came with a lot of drama. Because I changed my team from Tijuana to Kansas City with James. The people know what happened. Then I needed to find immediately another head coach. Safe came with us, trying to help. And we make that connection immediately, and that works because when we start to work together, we had just like 4 weeks to prepare for Davis and Figueiredo in Rio. So, man, we did an amazing time in a short period of time. For this new training camp, I went to Dallas. I went to Fortis MMA. I meet all the guys. Everybody were very nice with me. And man, the training camp was insane. Was very hard. But I love that because at the same time we keep this balance between a crazy hard training camp and taking care of my body. Getting that recovery you needed at the end of the week. So, man, I'm just excited. I'm just ready to fight. I'm dying right now. I need food. I need some pics or whatever. But just give me that, and after that, just kicking asses sometime this Saturday.
Brandon, over here. If I had told you when you lost to Alexandre the first time and the Ultimate Fighter that you'd be fighting a third time, but for the UFC title, like years later, what would you have said then?
I don't know. Maybe yes, because I was very young. He was having a good moment. And in my mind, when I lost against him, yes, for example, maybe, I'm trying to remember, maybe the first month was very hard, like, oh, I don't know. You have these negative thoughts in your mind, like, I don't know if this is for me. I don't know if I want to keep going, blah, blah, blah. You wake up in the morning and you need to go and train. And you're like, I don't know, I'm not sure if I want to go to train today, But in the moment when I passed all those negative thoughts, I was focused on just keep going. Like, I need to keep going. I need to keep fighting, not just for me. For my wife, for my daughters, for my teammates, for all the people who believe in me. And I don't know, man. If you told me that in that moment, like, yeah, let's go. Yes, for sure. Just give me a new opportunity.
Is any part of you jealous about Yair's custom belt that he's been carrying around?
Oh man, it's beautiful. Actually, the belt is so beautiful. I don't know if you had the opportunity yet to watch the belt right here because he bring the belt with him. But it's beautiful. It's very nice. Not jealous, but it's just very nice.
And then last one for me, Saturday is going to be Robbie Lawler's last fight, and then he's going to retire. I'm curious if you have any favorite memories or favorite fights from his career.
Of Robbie? Of course, man. That one with Rory McDonald. If you are a huge UFC fan, you can't forget that one. He's a warrior, and I'm just happy to share the car with him.
Brandon? You called out Henry Cejudo a few times. What about that fight excites you? Is it because you used to be close and now you're not? Is it just because you want to go chase greatness? Like, what about that fight excites you?
Man, sorry, but I'm so focused for Pantoja, so I don't have like any comments about Henry Cejudo right now. Sorry.
That's all good. What's your most valuable Pokemon card?
Oh man! So let me tell you. So everybody saw that embedded with my daughter. Opened the cards this weekend. She opened a package with a really value a Japanese card about Mew in a new collection. It's Pokemon 151. It's about the first generation of Pokemons. That one is very cool. It's in gold. I actually, it's funny because I told her like, hey, we need to take care of this one because maybe I pay the college with this one. So you never know.
Awesome, thank you.
Right here. Hi, how you doing? So the first time you guys fought was on Tough. The second time you guys fought was on the prelims. How does it feel that both you guys have elevated your careers to the point now that you're in the co-main event of one of the UFC's premier events?
No, man, I'm happy for him and I'm happy for myself, obviously. You know, at the end of the day, I'm fighting for this, you know. I don't know. In the past, I was just happy thinking hey, hopefully one day I'm going to fight in the International Fight Week. Not even thinking about belts, not even thinking about main events or, main cards. I just want to fight there.
Awesome.
But now, I don't know, nothing. I mean, now I'm fighting that, Pantoja, happy for him for what he's doing.
And there's 3 teams that are guaranteeing like death, taxes, and both you guys put on exciting fights. So, as far as the fight goes, is there a level of importance of stealing the show, putting on an incredible fight, or is it about beating him and keeping it about is pleasing the crowd one of those top priorities as much as?
Oh man, my mind is right now is focused just about the winning, man. I just want to win. I don't care nothing more. Man, I'm just so focusing win, man. Oof, just to think about winning right now, my skin, man. I just want to win.
Brandon, over.
Question from me. So this is the first time fighting in Las Vegas in 3 years. How's it feel to be back, and how do you feel about the reception you got?
Man, I'm expecting a lot of Mexican flags around the arena, around the T-Mobile this Saturday. So the first time was against Kaikara France, 2019. That was cool, but I think it was the second or third fight of the card. The last one was at the Apex against Davison with no crowd for the pandemic. Now we came in a different way for sure, and man, I'm expecting fireworks from the people.
Thank you so much.
Fernando, por aquí en español, por favor, buenas tardes.
Claro.
Buenos días. Ya tú tuviste una rivalidad muy grande con Figueiredo de 4 peleas.
Sí, señor.
Esta es una tercera también, es otra rivalidad dura. ¿Cuán similar y a la misma vez cuán diferente es esta serie de peleas? Si la comparas con las que tuviste con Figueiredo, ¿cómo la ves tú? ¿Similar y diferente?
Claro, mira.
Brendan, you've had 4 fights against Figueiredo, and now you're going into your 3rd fight against Pantoja. Again, another series of fights. How do you compare? What are the differences between those, and what are the similarities between those?
Tienes que desquitar el cheque.
Para que le entiendan, para que todos.
Claro que sí. Pues mira, vengo de esta rivalidad muy loca con Davison que duró básicamente 2 años. Por ahí esta pausa con Kaikara France en Dallas. Pero, 2 años intercambiando palabras con Davison en redes sociales, las entrevistas, el estrés, el campeonato. Obviamente de que Davison estaba bien duro y que las peleas fueron complicadas. Entonces, no te voy a negar que a pesar de que voy a otra rivalidad, esta pelea me da un aire de frescura. Simplemente el hecho de haber estado en un campamento donde entrené diferente, hice un plan de pelea diferente para otro peleador específico. Sí te da como que cierto aire de ligereza, de frescura. A la vez pensando en que sí, entiendo y tomo muy en cuenta el hecho de que ya es Alexander Pantoja un rival que también pues conozco de cierta manera, ¿no?
I've had a rivalry of basically 2 years of Davison Figueiredo, not just the fights, but also exchanging words on social media. Really, it took its toll, except for the break against Kaikara France. It was pretty much it all the time. And although this is it is a series now, I do have to say there's a refreshing aspect to this. Just training for a new fighter, getting ready for a new challenge. There's something light about doing that, so it's a pretty cool thing.
¿Cómo te preparas mentalmente? Porque con Figueiredo fuiste cambiando resultados, pero cuando vas contra alguien que te ha ganado 2 veces, de la manera que haya sido, mentalmente, ¿cómo te preparas? Campeonato mundial, a defender tu corona, pero es alguien que te ha ganado. ¿Cómo llegas tú al entrenamiento y cómo llegas a esta semana de la pelea?
How do you prepare yourself for training? I mean, you actually have this ups and downs against and the flow ebbs and flows against Figueiredo, but in this case, you're fighting a fighter that actually beat you twice. So how does it change in that sense? How do you go? What's your mindset coming into the camp, and what's your mindset coming into the fight?
Claro, mira, es obvio que tomo en cuenta ligeramente el hecho de que perdí con él. No lo puedo borrar de mi pasado y es un hecho, ¿no? Pero partiendo de ahí, lo único que he tratado de hacer para este nuevo combate es aprender de qué hice mal, de qué hice bien y qué hice mal en esos combates, ¿no? Porque a pesar de que pierdo y que sé que cometí muchísimos errores, hay cosas que todavía logré hacer de buena manera. Entonces, solamente trato de agarrar la experiencia, trato de agarrar toda la madurez posible, de ver esto como un nuevo reto y no enfocarme tanto en la derrota, sino ver esto como una forma diferente y nueva de seguir formando mi legado. Creo que es lo más importante, ¿no? Es lo que comentaba ahorita en inglés, de que, hey, o sea, esta oportunidad es de que, hey, vas a ganarle al tipo que te ganó en el pasado, en International Fight Week, con la arena repleta de posiblemente banderas mexicanas. Siento que esta va a ser una oportunidad muy chida. Se me pone la piel de gallina cuando nada más pienso en eso.
Of course, I can't forget the fact that I had lost the fights. You can't delete that from your past, but I do look back on those fights and I see the things that I've done well and I think that I didn't do so well, and that even though there are losses out there, there are things in there that maybe that we can keep for future fights. And again, just like I was telling everyone in English, this opportunity, just, hey, fight this guy who beat you twice, beat him here, beat him to keep the title, beat him in a full arena, International Fight Week, possibly full of Mexican flags. I mean, I just try to see it as a new challenge for me.
Para seguir el español, Jesús Aguilar, Yasmin Jauregui, tu gran amigo Edgar Chávez, Yair Rodríguez, Brandon Moreno. La gran
Qué chido.
Con 5 peleadores mexicanos. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Just to follow the questions in Spanish, you heard it. You got Yasmin Jauregui, you got Edgar Chávez, you got Jesus Aguilar, you got Yair Rodríguez, and you have Brandon Moreno. What a party full of Mexicans. How do you feel?
Mira, antes que nada, pues ya he tenido este tipo de momentos en el pasado, ¿no? Cuando compartí cartelera con varios mexicanos en Ciudad de México, la cartelera de Anaheim, por ahí estaba Silvana y por ahí me olvido de los demás, pido una disculpa. Michael estuvo, si no me equivoco, a lo mejor no mexicanos, pero compañeros. Y esta vez hablando específicamente de México, creo que lo vuelve muy especial. Claro que sí, porque no solamente son personas las cuales comparten bandera conmigo, sino son personas con las cuales he compartido varios momentos a lo largo de mi vida, como lo es con Yasmín, como lo es con Chuy Aguilar y sobre todo con Edgar, ¿no? Edgar que, híjole, lo conozco ya desde muchos años atrás, sé lo duro que ha trabajado para esta oportunidad, sé lo que ha batallado, sé las veces que se ha tropezado y los obstáculos que ha tenido que pasar para llegar hasta aquí. Va a ser una pelea pues complicada para él, es una pelea en corto aviso, contra un Tatsuro Taira que se ha visto muy bien de una manera muy técnica en su paso por la UFC, pero híjole, o sea, yo estoy muy confiado en que le va a ir muy bien. Y hablando ya pues otra vez en general, o sea, Yair peleando por campeonato contra Alexander Volkanovski, yo mismo, Yasmín, Chuy, eso se puso muy chido, la verdad es que se puso muy bien, estoy muy contento por ellos y me siento también muy honrado de que la UFC nos haya dado esta importancia a nosotros los mexicanos en un evento tan importante para ellos como lo es International Fight Week.
I've gone through this situation plenty of times actually in Mexico, fighting around so many people and sharing the card with Mexicans as well, but also the card in Anaheim. I mean, it was myself there, it was Michael Morales, Genaro, a lot of people, and everybody was there. I mean, it was a card that I shared with Mexicans, but this is just a different story. I mean, this is International Fight Week. These are not just compatriots that share a flag with me, but many of them, actually, we share different moments in training. I mean, with everybody that's coming up, you see Yair fighting for the title. You have, especially Chávez, because someone that's been with me for such a long time. I know what he's all about. I know how hard he's worked for this. I know he's had the opportunity. I know the trials and tribulations and sometimes he stepped along the way, but it's so important to have him here. At the end of the day, having him and Jauregui and all them, it's so important at the end of the day, this has been a pretty cool thing.
Brandon, hace 10 años que se entabló una amistad muy bonita con Yair Rodríguez, que se conocieron en Jackson Week MMA. Me ha tocado a mí cubrirlos estos 10 años, ver cómo se echan porras, cómo se ayudan, cómo trabajan entre ustedes. Le preguntaba yo hace rato, me dice, es que Brandon es mi inspiración. Me abrió los ojos, me hizo lo que es ver unificando cinturón.
Qué chido.
Que las cosas eran posibles, pero Brandon me enseñó y me dijo, oye cabrón, ahí está, tú puedes unificar el cinturón. ¿Qué significa que compartas este momento con tu gran amigo y que tu amigo te dedique esas palabras antes de una noche tan importante como esta?
You've known Yair Rodriguez for 10 years, and when asked here before, he said, you know, is that Brandon Moreno's my inspiration, somebody that opened my eyes and said, hey, dude, it's here for the taking. We've seen you cheer for him, we've seen him cheer for you, and how does it feel now to actually be sharing this amazing card together with Yair Rodriguez?
Híjole, sí, pues a Yair lo conocí. Yo llegué a Albuquerque diciembre de 2013. Y ahí nos conocimos, empezamos a entrenar juntos, después él pues, se va de Ultimate Fighter, yo me regreso a mi casita y luego ya empiezo a pelear en Arizona, pues okay. Cada quien tuvo un camino diferente y yo me siento muy contento por él porque cada quien a su manera pues ha logrado sus sueños, ¿no? Y ha logrado sus cosas y todo eso que me comentas y todo eso que Yair dice pues me llena de mucho orgullo, me honra mucho y me hace pues sentir muy feliz, ¿no? Muy contento y estoy bien agradecido por las cosas que dice y nada, o sea, súper contento porque vamos a compartir cartelera y es que yo sé de lo que es capaz Yair y creo que se ha comentado mucho a lo largo de la semana, ¿no? Que el estilo de Yair, y estoy bien de acuerdo, creo que es un estilo bien complicado para quien sea y creo que va a ser un estilo bien complicado para Volkanovski por la altura, por lo impredecible, por el alcance, por el pateo. Yo me veo ganando junto con él y tomándonos una foto muy chida al final de la noche el sábado.
We go way back to December 2013, Albuquerque. Then, you know, life is taking us separate ways. I went to Arizona. Everybody else was Ultimate Fighter, and it was my turn. So I just, he's a guy who just made things. He's making dreams come true. And the fact that he said those words, it just makes me so happy and also so proud of something like that. And you know, about him, I know the guy. And I know how hard he can be. I know how his reach, I know his power. I know that style that makes it difficult for a lot of other fighters, especially for Volkanovski. And I really want to I can see myself taking a picture on Saturday with him, a picture of us together with belts.
Yeah, Brandon, just quick over here. You mentioned being at Fortis MMA. Who did you mainly get to train with over there? Because when you think of that gym, it's a lot of fighters in higher weight classes. We see Marcelo Rojo here. Who else did you get to work with?
No, Marcelo is, I don't know, he's not a fight right now. He's going to fight coming soon in July 15th, so he's in shape. He's making weight. But there in Dallas, I had two specific training partners. Nick Piccinini, who is All-American in wrestling. He helped me like a lot. And another one was Ian Eggbrook. ¿Es su apellido? Eggbrook. I mean, all those guys helped me a lot, gave me a lot of hard sparring sessions. And man, I feel really prepared. Hopefully they will be very cool if they stay here, but they came back to Dallas. But man, I mean, Nick and Ian, those guys helped me a lot for this preparation.
And just last one from me. Have you been given any indication who will fight the winner of this? Is it going to be Brandon Royval or Amir Albazi? What do you think sort of will be next for the winner of this fight?
I mean, I think Brandon Royval is actually here, for a backup as a backup fighter. So after this fight, yeah, I mean, I'm not even thinking about the future, but yeah, I mean, Royval is there.
Brandon, back to you. Obviously a lot's been made of the fact that you've lost to him twice now, but you're still a betting favorite. What does that mean to you? At least the odds makers still think you're at least a better fighter.
Man, in the past when I was the favorite in the odds, I lost. So that doesn't mean nothing for me, man. I'm trying to never watch nothing about bets, about odds, who's the favorite, who's the underdog, because for me that doesn't matter. I think that's an extra motivation for Pantoja. Like, oh, I'm the underdog, okay. So I'm taking care of that, okay? I'm thinking about it, and I'm just trying to win, man. I don't care nothing more.
Perfect. And last question. It's not the exact same situation by any means, but obviously back in, I believe, April, we saw Israel Adesanya, beat someone who had beaten him multiple times, and the eruption from the athlete itself in the arena was pretty crazy. Do you see that same situation playing out for you if you went on Saturday night?
Man, I mean, in the past, Pantoja, obviously, before to Alexander lost against Alex lost against Adesanya, but Pantoja say, "Oh, I'm his Poitin." Like, maybe yes, maybe he is. We did it, guys. Let's go. Okay. Let's do it.
Alex, you've obviously been at the top of the sport for quite some time now, but International Fight Week, main event, I mean, is this an extra special week for you?
Yeah, it definitely is. It's always good to fight on International Fight Week, but to be headlining, something special.
Incredible fight last time out. Obviously didn't get the result you wanted. Controversy maybe in the result, but I'm wondering, a fight like that, are there lessons you take out of that, back to the featherweight division, or is it more just like, I went out there and I gave it a shot?
There's lessons to be learned, win or lose, win or a loss. It's play on for me, honestly. Like, that camp was great. I definitely leveled up in some different areas. So that's why you want to challenge yourself, because that's exactly what will happen. A lot of people look at what could go wrong, but you got to look at what could go right, and then obviously look at the future, because I'm a lot stronger man for it. And as I said straight after that fight, these featherweights better fucking watch out.
I love it. And obviously you got to see Yair that night. It looked incredible. Talk to me about the preparation for him. Obviously you've been fighting nothing but killers for a while, but he seems to present a unique challenge. I mean, did you find preparation uniquely challenging in this?
Yeah, definitely. That's it's been exciting. I said I just mentioned like how good it was to do the challenge in Islam. Like it's exciting. You want them challenges, and this is a total different challenge when it comes to the ground and the striking. And I'm disciplined. I'm always going to train hard. I've been saying that all week. That I don't need to be motivated or anything to train hard and do what I need to do. I'm going to do that anyway. But it just adds another, more excitement. We're more eager to get to the gym, figure things out, the game planning, get more in the zone. Really embrace some of the game planning and all the things that we need to do in there. So it was good. Again, I've got nothing but respect for Yair. Again, he's a dangerous opponent. And and that's what I want. But I just want to show everyone, why I'm the top of the featherweight division, and really show my skill set.
I think work ethics is something that's just ingrained in you. But was it difficult at all to adjust? I mean, you were this close to champ status, right? And you're kind of embracing all that. Was it hard to get the mindset back to go, hey, it's still impressive to dominate a division the way you have?
Look, obviously it stung straight after it, but play on, man. It just adds to the story. I'm going to get that rematch. Don't worry. I'm going to do my business this weekend, and I'll get that rematch. And then it's just going to add to the story. You know what I mean? It was a close one. Do we think we did enough? Yeah. Was it a robbery? No. It was a very, very close fight. I know that, but I showed you guys and I showed everyone that or I definitely wasn't going to get ragdolled like everyone thought. I ended up on top and really put it on him. But the next one, I'll take that win, and it's just going to add to the story.
Last thing for me, and you kind of touched on it there. I mean, a win here obviously would be huge. I know you were impressed with Ilia Topuria. I mean, do you want to continue to defend this belt? Or
I wasn't that impressed. Yous were. But I mean, I'm glad that everyone's impressed because, again, that'll just hype up a future fight. Just, but I've got more of a threat in front of me this weekend, so I'm going to pay attention to that. If Ilia wants that smoke, it's going to be good because I know he will talk that trash, which is fun, and punching people in the face that talk trash is so much better.
Alex, just going off that, why exactly weren't you impressed with Ilia? What did you see that we perhaps didn't see in that fight?
Well, mate, I can't give too much away, right? I think, I think a lot of people could probably touch on some of the things, but put it this way. People don't look like that when I'm in front of them.
You mentioned there about the people talking trash. I'm assuming you weren't that impressed with his prediction that he would beat you in the first round, should you mean?
Yeah, dreaming.
Okay. With the Islam fight, is that one of those fights where 25 minutes in there with him gives you such a good game plan and blueprint for how to beat him the second time? He's one of those guys that once you compete against him, the first time you know exactly the adjustments you need to make for the second fight.
Mate, I knew what adjustments I needed to make as soon as I stepped out of that octagon. Straight away I was like, man, I wanted that rematch right now. Like, I know what to do. But yeah, everyone knows I'm good with the rematches. And yes, they're just right now. Again, I've got to focus on Yair Rodriguez. But that'll come.
Yeah, with the Rodriguez thing, you're going from lightweight back down to featherweight. I saw in some of your pre-fight stuff that you were saying you felt a lot sharper and more explosive. What's the biggest sort of thing you weren't expecting from the weight changes that you've had over the last year?
So going heavier.
Well, so you've got from going heavier and then going back lighter.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, obviously noticed that extra weight. That's why during camp, like when I was doing the bulking and I was a little bit heavy, everyone knows the workload that I've got. It was at the end of the week, my body was definitely feeling it, carrying that weight and wasn't obviously moving as much and just definitely warn you that little bit more. So halfway through the camp, I'm like, I want to be a little bit lighter. I want to be, because I reckon I'm going to be just as strong anyway, and I'm going to be fast. So we found that perfect weight, and that was a little bit lighter. So I wasn't too much heavier than I would be this weekend, to be quite honest. Not too much anyway. But it feels good to be at featherweight again and being as sharp as ever. So definitely that bulk made me stronger though. That camp and again rising to that challenge, to that occasion, definitely put some of my skills on a whole nother level.
In some of the footage you put on your YouTube channel ahead of this fight, I've seen some spinning kicks from you that we haven't necessarily seen a lot. Is part of you kind of like, I'd love to knock out Yair, the spinning kick guy, with my own spinning kick?
Mate, I do beat a lot of people at their own game, so you never know. As I've been saying, Taekwondo Volk is coming for fucking everyone. Excuse my French, though.
Right here. A lot of talk going into this card about like Robert Whittaker maybe making a quick turnaround for Sydney. Is there any interest on your behalf to do that? I know you said you want to be active, or is that maybe too much with like championship fights?
Oh, I mean, it wouldn't be too much. There's a couple of hurdles there. Like obviously, making sure you got the right opponent, making sure there's no injuries and little things like that. But so Emma's my wife is due like 2 days before the Sydney card. So there's another little hurdle there. But we were talking to doctors, maybe induce a week earlier, or you know what I mean? Like we'll see what we could do.
With all the stops. If we do get Islam and Charles again as the next lightweight title fight, do you expect that to go similar, or do you think maybe we get a different result this time?
I expect that to go similar. And that's no disrespect. Well, I mean, obviously, Charles is very dangerous. He can always catch him, but I think Islam's style, he's patient. He doesn't take unnecessary risks. So you need to, put it to him in different ways than just hoping to land something, just one shot, I think so. And I'm not saying that's all how Charles fights. I just think, look, Islam's good. He's well-rounded, you know what I mean? A lot of people are trying to say, we found a chink in the arm, or he's like, I've figured the puzzle and all that. That's me. That's because I was in front of him. He is as good as you were saying, but I just told you that how good I am, and was going to show you that. But again, every time I talk about it, I'm just like, fuck, if only I got my hand raised, it's so much better conversation to have. But yeah, I see it being the same. So I'm the guy to take that belt.
If Charles did win, would any of you be disappointed? Like, is going back to 155, is it about beating Islam or the belt? What's more important to you?
Beating Islam.
Alex, over here. You mentioned Charles Oliveira. What did you make of his performance against Beneil Dariush? He was counted out by a lot of people, and he went out there and made a statement.
It was. I was surprised by how many people were counting him out. Again, look at who Charles has fought, the who's who, and he's so dangerous. You know what I mean? So I wasn't surprised. I know Dariush is very durable and well-rounded, but I mean, I just thought that matchup wasn't too bad for Charles. And he showed that. He showed again, he's a dangerous dude. So you got to be careful and you got to approach him the right way.
We were here about a year ago when you fought Max Holloway, and you talked about sort of being disrespected a bit by people, calling, there's Max calling him the uncrowned champ and all that. And since then, you've had the fight with Islam, and I know it didn't go your way, but a lot of people felt like you put on a very good effort. How have things changed from the fan perspective? Because I feel like you gained even more fans from that performance against Islam.
Yeah. It's obviously the stocks didn't lower after that one anyway. So that's why so many people, were obviously saying to me like, oh, you should be proud, like, oh, because I was surprised. You'd be surprised how many people, didn't think I'd be, thought that I'd probably get manhandled, like, you know what I mean, and didn't think I stood a chance. And there's probably people close to me that thought that. There was vibes I was getting, the whole way through the whole thing is like, almost why you're doing these vibes. So, so a lot of people didn't expect the fight to look like that, even people close to me. And, but yeah, that's why a lot of people, oh man, like you should be so proud. And they were, very, very happy with that, and obviously the fans as well. So everyone, I still got to show myself, but that's why it stung me more. That obviously it's always going to sting the guy that loses more, but it stung me because I know I could get that job. I know I will. I will get it in the future. But so that's why hearing people congratulating me for losing was pretty tough at the first week. But I understand it. Like it did help with the loss. A lot of people are like, how have you taken it? Look, play on. You know what I mean? I say play on, probably because of my mindset and how I go about things. I just adapt. I've just always been good at doing that. But that sort of process with everyone being like, wow, you know what I mean? Probably helped a bit too.
And last one for me, Max Holloway's fighting the Korean Zombie. If you go out there and win on Saturday, do you think we'll see him move up? Because if you're still champion, I don't think we'll see a fourth fight between the two of you.
Yeah, man, that's everyone's we've all I'd like to say I've read that book. You've all read that book. You know what I mean? So it's a tricky situation for him. He's probably hoping that Yair takes me out and then he can get a shot. But I don't plan on that happening.
Alex over here, right here. Can I ask what this Band-Aid is on your face?
You don't know Nelly? Nelly, you know what I mean?
Is that a UFC champion?
You know what I mean? Yeah, it is actually. You know what I mean? They go, look, it was a little scratch, and we don't want to get it infected so close to the fight, and so yeah.
Can I ask? Because Yair's been in the UFC, like he was in the UFC before you.
I think it looks cool too.
It doesn't look bad.
They custom made the Mexican belt or whatever it is, and they custom made some Band-Aids for me.
Can I ask, how long has Yair been on your radar? Because he was in the UFC and he had a lot of highlights even before you came over. So it felt like there were a lot of breaks in his career. But like, how long has he been on your radar as a future opponent?
They're all on my radar, right? Like I keep an eye on everybody. But yeah, he's definitely been right up there. He's had a couple of number one contender fights as well. Been in position where, knowing that he could be next or coming up soon. So I've definitely, because I know how dangerous he is, so I knew he would eventually be there. But you just had to wait for the right time that it was his turn. And being interim champ, it's his turn. So the timing fits very well. And here we are, International Fight Week.
Do you pay attention at all to the top of the bantamweight division too? Because there's fighters like Aljamain Sterling that says like, well, look, if I beat Sean O'Malley, I'm going to go up, and that's another possible super fight for you. So do you pay attention to down there as much too?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I think if he goes out there and takes out Sean, like he's definitely paid his dues. How many times defenses would that be?
3 or 4.
4, yeah. Like So there you go. I think so. He's a big dude, but we'll just obviously he's got a tough fight ahead of him, but that's another possible fight. So there's plenty of options. And again, I want to be active, so cool, keep them rolling.
Are the Nuggets going to be in attendance?
Yeah, I think Jamal Murray's definitely going to be there. I don't know who else. So see, I'm a Nuggets guy. So yeah, it was good. The timing was perfect actually. So I ended up meeting him in August last year, and he got in the season. I was backing him, and they won. Perfect. And now he's going to be here International Fight Week to support me. So looking forward to it.
And then last one for me, Saturday's going to be Robbie Lawler's last fight in the UFC. So I'm curious if you have any favorite memories or favorite fights from his career.
Oh man, there's so many. So many. I mean, that war they had the face off, you know what I mean, and his lip was just completely open. That's got to be a pretty iconic moment. So even me and myself and Ortega had like a face off, you know what I mean. I was even like sort of thinking I get them sort of vibes, you know what I mean. So that just shows you, that's a big moment for me. But I think of that when I look at that Ortega. So it shows you how much of a big moment that was, especially the blood they had and the war they had. It's crazy.
Alex,
people always remember those fights.
Alex, just over here. You mentioned about the transition back down to 145. Was that hard, and do you see yourself being able to do that successfully, going back and forth through the divisions?
Yeah, no, it wasn't too hard. As I said, I didn't end up that much heavier. So we did the body scans once we knew the fight was happening, and we were sitting at pretty much the same that same weight or like muscle and everything as we did like for July last year. So I don't think we actually put on too much. So and I don't want to for next time at lightweight. I know I don't need to because the strength's not the issue. And I know my strength and my technique will be enough for all the lightweights anyway. So then that'll make that transition much easier.
Do you think that would impact your performances at all at lightweight, making that transition?
Nah, because I'm going to sit around pretty much the same weight.
Mm-hmm. And you worked with Carl Van Roo in the run-up to this fight. How beneficial was that?
Oh, yeah. I was lucky enough to have a couple of people in camp that Yair is very good at all ranges. Long range, obviously you got the Taekwondo, and then you got the short range sort of unpredictable things that come from everywhere. So I was lucky enough to have Blood Diamond, who's if you ever watched his kickboxing highlights, go have a look at that, and you'll see a lot in Yair Rodriguez there. So that was great having him there, and obviously he's bigger. And then Carl Van Roon, that 11-time Taekwondo world champion. He's a specialist at what he does, and he does MMA. He understands the game. He did a lot of study and really committed to being a training partner for me, and he's, again, a lot bigger than me. So having guys like that to not just go through and work techniques with me, I was sparring these guys. So, having a longer, rangier, 11-time world champion Taekwondo guy spinning some crazy shit at you, that'll keep you on your toes. So, I'll be on my toes ready for whatever comes come Saturday night.
And when you look at Yair's style, what do you think you need to be aware of the most? And how do you see the fight itself playing out?
Be aware of everything, because everything's coming from everywhere. But again, we all know that I make people fight my fight. There's other things that everyone looks a certain way till I'm in front of them. You know what I mean? So it's no surprise that people, my opponent's volume goes down, and a lot of their strong assets, are usually a compromise. I'm usually able to nullify a lot of people's strengths. So. Look forward to doing that. Again, Taekwondo Volk, he's coming.
Thank you.
You've mentioned before that you consider Conor McGregor a dream matchup of yours, as he's the only UFC featherweight champion you haven't faced. Anything can happen, obviously, but
where am I looking?
On the roster?
Sorry.
I'm right here.
Oh.
Way back here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, at the back there. Sorry, mate. Yeah, there you go.
Did you get that first part? Or?
Yep.
Okay, so anything can happen, obviously, but is there any other fighter on the current roster within the featherweights or lightweights that you would love to face, or even a past fighter that you would love to share the cage with?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty, but there's a lot of fun fights at lightweight. You know what I mean? So you never know what the BMF is going as well. Maybe BMF. We'll go what? Get free belts. You know what I mean? Get a BMF. Get an actual champ that. I think that'd be cool. Get some credibility on that BMF belt. Having a champ that goes in there and takes it as well. So I think that's another option. There you go. I mean, they're great fights as well. So there's a reason why they're getting it. They're exciting, big names. So yeah, there's a lot of exciting fights. But I mean, these are fights that can definitely happen in the near future.
Awesome. And you were talking about your teammates, but you got to watch one of them, Craig Jones, compete on the Fight Pass Invitational. How special was that to see him compete and win, even walk out to your song as well?
Yeah, that was cool. I didn't expect that. I didn't know he was going to walk out to the song. But yeah, good. You know, he didn't. He faced a legend of the sport who's no joke, and to go out there and take the win was awesome. Beautiful way to start the week. Our little trip here to Vegas, and I'll end it with another big win, and then we can properly celebrate afterwards.
And last one for me.
At XS, everyone's invited.
I see that Prime bottle next to you.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations on the deal. How did that deal come together?
Yeah, just obviously it's a big deal, massive opportunity, and just got talking to Logan, met him a couple of times, and yeah, that's how it started. And we're in our prime, right? So perfect fit.
Back left here.
Yep.
Quick question for you. You know, as big of a betting favorite as it really comes in terms of a champion fighting a number one contender, let alone an interim champion, you know, how does it feel to get this much respect from the odds makers?
Yeah, it's I think it's well deserved. You know what I mean? That's no disrespect to Yair. I think that's just all because of what I've done, and again, I always say people can be a safe bet. You know, when you've got the guy that's got the heart, resilience, durability, fight IQ, and all the right stuff. You know what I mean? It makes it very hard for people to take him out. So it's good to see that finally people are really taking note to that. But the beautiful thing about it is, no matter how much of a favourite I am, the mindset that I have, I look at him as a big friend. As I've said, pretty much the whole camp, he's probably the most dangerous guy that's been put in front of me. So I can completely zone out everyone's thoughts on how they think this fight's going to go, because I see these problems, I see these challenges, and that helps me really prepare, and that's why you'll never see me underdone every time I step in that octagon.
Awesome. And then last question for you. You know, in Las Vegas, anything you particularly enjoy about Las Vegas?
Everything. I enjoy everything. I mean, I was asked, what I love about it and what I hate about it. I love and hate both of them. Right now, while I'm cutting weight, not being able to eat and really, really enjoy Vegas, I hate it. But then straight after the fight, I'm going to love it.
Alex, you mentioned earlier Yair's custom belt that he had up there. You know, the interim belt itself rubs a lot of fans the wrong way, but he's sitting up there with an interim belt and the custom belt both in front of you. What do you think about that? Like, do you think that's maybe disrespectful at all in a way?
For a second, I seen a bit of red on there. I was like, wait a second, is this the Mexican one? No, sorry, do I feel disrespected?
Yeah, that he's sitting up there with 2 titles and neither of them are the undisputed one.
I don't care. You know what I mean? I know I'm the champ. Everyone in here knows I'm the champ. The world knows I'm the champ. So it doesn't faze me one bit. As I said, and that's no disrespect to Yair Rodriguez, but, mate, make the most of it. Enjoy it while it lasts, because I plan on winning this weekend.
And just last thing, what did you and Mel Gibson talk about?
No, man, just, he's obviously a fan of the sport. You know, you see him at a lot of events. He's been at a couple of my events. And just said that he loves seeing someone that's, I think his words were excellent at their craft. Something like that, just sort of stuff like that. And obviously I've said I was a big fan, and it's cool to have Braveheart saying shit like that to you.
Hey, Alex. I just wanted your thoughts on Ilia Topuria, him as a fighter, and just his fight with Josh Emmett. Do you feel like he's next?
Yeah, I think that you're all hyping him up. A lot of people are asking me about him. So yeah, keep honestly keep my contenders, top contenders away from him, because I might not be facing him. You know what I mean? Like, again, you're saying he's the guy, and well, yeah, cool. Well, that's good. Let's keep him away from everyone, so he can. If he's going to get a whooping, let's make it from me.
Thank you.
No worries.
Robbie, have have the emotion set in. This will be your last media day. I know this is normally your favorite part of fight week, and this will be the last time you really get to enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. No, everything's good. Nice when this kind of stuff's over.
I bet. I guess talk to how you got to this decision that this will be the last one, right? You've been toying with it for a while, but how did you decide, yeah, this is going to be it?
It's just a feel I got. It was just over time. I'd been doing this a long time, accomplished a lot, just felt it was time.
Nice. You know, you're so beloved in the sport. I mean, do you get a chance to see that? I mean, we see it from the outside looking in. Do you sense that respect that you have? It's almost greater than I've ever seen in the sport.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I actually try not to focus on it because I don't. It's like one of those things where I created this like gap between other people giving me accolades and praise, like, because you can't go through life trying to seek praise from other people and those things. I'm trying to seek praise from myself, really. So it's like being able to accept that people are, and me being like, oh, thank you, I appreciate that. It is definitely something that I've never really allowed myself to get involved with, because maybe one of the reasons I've been able to do this for so long is because I just focus on what I need to focus on. Because you're going to win, you're going to lose, there's going to be people around you that are excited, and that's just, you can't control how other people treat you, so I don't try to rely on that for anything. But it's nice. I try not to look back at all my career because I've been doing this for so long, because it's so much, and I'm focused on going forward. Yeah. I mean, that's how I've always been, focused on going forward. And when I look back at it, it's just it's a lot. I mean, I've a lot of people who helped me get to where I am today, and a lot of good training partners. I mean, it's just crazy.
This next phase of your life, I mean, I doubt you can remember a time when fighting wasn't a part of your life, right? I mean, so are you looking forward to it as like, I don't have to deal with this responsibility anymore? Or there's a little fear of like, man, there's going to be this hole missing? What's your thoughts?
I would say there was fear because it's freaking unknown. Like, I've been training and competing my whole life. Like, even when I was supposed to be in high school or middle school, I'm like concentrating on how to get better at wrestling or football or whatever, fighting, when I should be doing my homework. So that's where I've always been. So one thing that I feel that I'm going to get out of this is I'm going to actually just be able to train for fun again, which is huge. Like, my body feels better when I'm training for fun. When I'm training for a fight, it just doesn't feel as good as it used to. And I don't have to recover now, so like I could actually torture myself, which just seems weird. Like, cause that's my goal, is to like torture myself, beat myself down, and that's how I gain strength. But now, since I'm older, I can't recover as fast, so that's it. So I'm going to be able to torture myself a little bit more and give myself more rest.
I like it. Give us your thoughts on Nico as a final opponent. I mean, stylistically, it seems like it could be an exciting matchup. Is that the type of fight you want in your last fight?
Nothing against Nico, but I didn't really care who I was fighting. I'm always just focused on myself and like trying to get my stuff situated, trying to feel good on Saturday is really what I'm focusing on. And if I feel good, then fight's gonna go good. So that's what I focus on, and I let the UFC kind of take care of that stuff. Dave Martin, they talk. They're like, "Hey, what do you think about that?" And I'm kind of like whatever, like, let's just go.
Nice. Last thing for me, you touched on the fact that you'll keep training. I mean, do you see yourself staying around the sport, being a part of like corners and coaching and camps or anything, or do you want to withdraw from the sport and be away from it?
No, I'm definitely going to be around the sport. This sport's given so much to me. The reason I am where I am today and been able to last this long is because of all the people helping me. So I'm going to give back all these little tidbits I've learned over time, and we have a really good gym at Killcliff FC, and just like being able to help guys get stronger so that they can make money and compete at a high level. And that's what I feel like martial arts is about, is giving back and showing techniques.
Back here. Robbie, back here. Congratulations on an amazing career. Thank you for so many great, iconic moments. So your first fight was 22 years ago. Did you ever imagine, or could you ever fathom, how much the sport has grown since your very first fight?
No, I remember what the UFC champions were driving around then, like what kind of cars they were driving, and like I was just happy to. I'm like, hold on a second. So when I was 16, Milicic brought a whole bunch of 5 fighters into our wrestling room to wrestle with us, and I was like, and I was a fighter. I mean, I did martial arts growing up, and I was wrestling, and I'm like, hold on a second, what do you guys do? I'm like, oh shit, this is what I'm gonna do with my life. So like, but I didn't know. It was just like I didn't go into it for money necessarily. I went into it because I loved competing and I loved fighting and I loved sharpening my skills. And where the sport's come since then is ridiculous. I mean, when I first signed with the UFC, I went into their offices, and there was a security guard outside and probably 4 people in the whole building, workers. I mean, there's Dana, there was Donna, there's freaking Joe Silva, and a lawyer. I mean, that was it. So, I mean, this sport is huge. UFC is huge, and it's nice to be a part of it and see the growth and be able to last and be a part of it.
And your first UFC fight was at UFC 37, and now we're at UFC 290. And I've been about a million favorite Robbie Lawler moments, but is there one moment in particular that you would say, yeah, that's my favorite career moment?
Not really, because I don't really like rate myself and do those types of things. I mean, big fight for me though, I think, in my career with the UFC was probably my first Hendricks fight, because I didn't get it done. Plain and simple, I didn't get it done, and I thought I should have, and he outcompeted me and got the job done. So after that, I was on a mission, and I think that was a big fight for me.
Thank you very much for the memories.
Thank you.
Robbie, I know right here. I know you said you don't like to look back, too much. It's always been about looking forward, but tomorrow night you're having a fight inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame as well. Are you planning on attending the ceremony, or is that too difficult with the weight cut?
No, I'm not sure what's gonna happen, but I've been doing this so long. My weight's good, so I'm good.
And you're a very even keel guy, I know, but is any of this stuff like stirring up emotions, like tomorrow night when you're going to be inducted, the final walkout? Like, are you kind of processing it in that way, or not really?
I think it could, and it has come up, but I try not to, because it's a lot. I mean, I've been freaking doing this a long time.
Yeah, and we talked before the last fight when it was going to break this like main card streak you had been on to go to the prelims, and then you got ultimately bumped up again, but it seems like it might work out that way. What does it kind of say that you spent 20 years not being on a prelim fight until now, and obviously it's the featured one. It's still on ABC and ESPN and all these massive platforms, so a lot of people will see it.
I think it just shows that I go out there and fight, I'm going to put on a show. I've been doing this for a long time, and I wouldn't necessarily think that it's that cool, because you know how I am. I'm like, whatever, like, let's just go out there and fight. I'm put on a show. If there's one person in there, if there's one person watching, whatever, let's freaking fight. But I'm growing up now, and I appreciate everything I accomplished, and being on the biggest stage at the end of my career after the long career is awesome.
And just last thing, you mentioned working with all these fighters at Killcliff and everything. You got like Ian Gary and Shavkat and all these people. Which one of these, and I know maybe a difficult thing to answer, I don't want you to disrespect any of the others, but which one of these guys has like the highest ceiling, in your opinion, in the sport?
I would just say whoever is willing to put in the work and stay focused and not let the media, not let hype drive them, and who can stay grounded and focus on what they need to do, because it's a long road. I mean, And if you want to stay up there at the top, you got to focus on the little details, and you need to keep everything simple and not think you're hot shit. You just need to freaking go out there and work with all the freaking everybody and get after it. And I think anybody who's willing to do that for many years is going to achieve a lot.
Robert, over here. Robert Whitaker was in here earlier, and I was asking him, like, maybe some of his favorite memories of you. And he said that when he was at welterweight, he saw you fight, and his first thought was F fighting that guy. He also said that when he watches you fight, he thinks that if you could, you would bite your opponent. So I'm curious what you think of that assessment.
I appreciate it. I don't think I'd bite. I'd probably headbutt. I'd probably eye gouge, really. Like, I mean, I would bite. I don't know.
Then, the final one for me. When you look, like, now that you're putting your career to an end, there's still fighters like Matt Brown. He has the knockout record. Jim Miller has the win record. And he wants to now fight on UFC 300 because he fought on UFC 100 and 200. Nice. Do you look at, like, that generation of fighters that came up with you, and, like, there's just like a different camaraderie with all you guys that came up during that Zuffa era through the Reebok into the ESPN era?
Yeah, it's hard to say because, like, even those guys, I feel like I was fighting way before them. So it's like, I mean, when I first came in, it was like, I think I signed with the UFC in like 2001 or something. So it was just weird. But I think when you have appreciation for guys, when I see these guys, I'm like, man, you're freaking still here. I'm like, you're freaking tough as hell. Because just the training camps alone, like, you don't realize to be here for this long, the training camps alone, keeping your body, keeping focus with everyone pulling at you. Hey, you got to go here, you got to go here. Let's go do this. Your buddies want to hang out with you. It's just, you need to stay focused. And guys who have done that for a long time, I really appreciate it.
Robbie, so much of your early years, of course, back in the Quad Cities, Bettendorf, Iowa. How do you look back now at those formative years for you?
I think that was the best time as far as training. It was when I first started training, everybody in there was tough. And I don't mean tough technically, I mean just tough. If you were fighting in 2000, then you're not making any money. You're doing this for the freaking love of competing. And we probably had like 10 high-level guys who just like pushed each other, and there was no room for weakness. Only the strong survived. And I think I learned so much from that. Just getting in there and getting thrown in the deep end and like trying to figure out how to survive and learn, and then show up the next day, get beat up, and then try to learn. Like, I did some good stuff, which kept me coming back, like, but there was days that were rough. So those shaped and molded me. Like, Jen's really helped me. I'm so excited for him to be inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame. I mean, he wanted this, which is very important to him, and I slept on his couch many a times. He helped me out with my boxing so much. Obviously, Matt Hughes threw me around. Actually, when I was a senior in high school, my coach, because I was actually a decent wrestler, like, hey, go with this guy. And frickin' Hughes was frickin' slamming me around like hard, where my coach was like, okay, like, that's enough of that. Like, that's how it was. It was like no mercy type thing. So definitely, and obviously Pat Miletich, another UFC Hall of Famer and champion, put a lot of time and effort into me, and that gym. It was just, we just fed off each other. We just always believed we were going out there to smash somebody. It was us versus everyone else, and we're going to crush everyone, and that was our mindset, and I think that helped throughout my career.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, Robbie, back here. Robbie, when people talk about the fight with Rory McDonald and going into the Hall of Fame, when fighters tell you how much they love it. Does that make it extra special to hear specifically from, you know, all of your coworkers that get in the cage?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite there yet where I'm like still like absorbing like other people excited about things I've accomplished, but as I get older and like I'm like trying to figure out how to like, you know, I'm just out there competing, just giving it my all, and it's what I do, and I mean, I guess it's nice, but I'm happy with how it was so long ago too. I'm like on to the next thing, but it's just weird for me to. I just don't know how to accept it, and like, you know, it's just because I'm not. Didn't get into this sport for praise and hype and those types of things. I'm just trying to be the best I can be, and so maybe I need to figure out a way to let people appreciate me, huh?
I mean, I think you find a lot of people are ready to talk about that. When Rory came to Kill Cliff, fans were wondering, it's a little bit like Rocky 3. They ended up having a third war behind the scenes in the gym. Can you speak to any of that? How good did any sparring session get with Rory when he came over?
Oh no, I don't usually go hard anyways, and he doesn't usually go hard in his sparring. So it's about getting to your spots and having your feet underneath you. He's a very technical fighter, really good on the ground. So I learned a lot of stuff from him, but he's actually very analytical. So like his sparring sessions will be more about working on certain things, which is kind of how I fight. It's like, all right, I need to get to this spot. What happens if I do this? What does he do? So he's very sharp individual, and it was nice to see. Which I already knew that because I fought him twice and trained for him. So it was.
Final question. There's only one you, but if you were to point out one of the guys on the roster and say, you know, that's the next Robbie Lawler, savage, unbreakable, always brings it, love of the game, is there a guy you would name?
No. Just I would say I don't really watch too much unless one of our guys are fighting. I mean, these guys freaking are just pumping out shows, just like, so it's hard. I mean, and I'm spending family time now, so it's like hard for me to get away from those things. So I'm focused on other aspects now, but I'm sure there's many out there who are willing to give it their all.
Robbie, over here. You sort of talked a little bit about it. Is coaching kind of what you're going to be doing in retirement? Is there any other things you're looking to do now that you're not going to be having to train for a fight?
Yeah, and I mean that I've been coaching for pretty much my whole career because that's kind of what you do. Like even when I was training for fights, I was at the high school, like coaching wrestling, coaching other fighters, just giving little tidbits here and there. But yeah, we have a gym, Killcliff FC, and I'm going to help those guys fulfill their dreams, and wherever they want to go, I'm going to. Henry Hoof and I and Greg Jones and all the coaches over there are doing a great job getting these guys ready. I mean, we've got a lot of really good fighters. So martial arts is about giving back, and I think all sports is about giving back and making life easier for others. All this knowledge that I have, there's no sense keeping it to myself.
Leading up to this fight this week, did you have a lot of the guys from the old Militich camp reach out and kind of congratulate you or anything? Like, has Pat talked to you or anything?
No, not here and there. I talked to Jens here and there. I talked to Pat here and there, but I actually called Jens about a computer question for my son. So like
he's good for everything.
We don't need to talk about fighting all the time.
And you talked about some of the up-and-comers at your gym. Maybe not personality-wise, but fighting-wise. Does Ian Gary remind you a little bit of yourself in terms of, you know, he's a in-your-action, type of fighter, like, really likes to make it entertaining?
Yeah, no, he comes out and fights. He's going out there to take people out and look good, and he is who he is. Like, let these guys be them, and let me be me.
And just last one, looking back on your career now, is there one opponent you wish you would have been able to share the octagon with that you didn't get a chance to?
I mean, back in the day, maybe I was like, but now, like, looking back, I'm like, guys cross your paths for certain reasons, and it just is what it is. It's just MMA. Like, no, I'm good.
Well, I'll throw one out at you because you guys never fought. Was George St. Pierre a fight you would have wanted to have at some point, just with the history with Matt and him?
Yeah, I think that would have, because he was like, when I was on the outside of the UFC looking in, he was the guy I was training for. Like the whole time, I was like, I want to fight this guy. So like, yeah, like I trained to fight that guy all the time.
Congrats
He
on
was the
retirement.
best.
Back here. Just one quick question for you. Obviously, you talked many times about how long your career was, the amount of fights you've had in Vegas. I can't even count. What's your favorite thing about Las Vegas?
I mean, obviously the fight's best part, but the food's amazing here. Lots of really good food. I love eating, so I'm a foodie. So, food.
Rob, just one question. A colleague of mine in Hawaii wanted me to ask you about your time that you spent in Hawaii. After your first initial stint with the UFC, you went to Hawaii, fought like 5 times. You became a champion for the first time in your career. He wanted to know kind of what that did for your resurgence of your career and, what eventually led to where you got to.
It was great. I actually moved up to 185, so there was no more weight cutting. I would just go there and I'd eat galbi and freaking mac salad and rice. And I was on vacation. I think the first time I went there, like I didn't stay after. And then my buddy was like, I'm like, hey, I'm going home. He's like, no, I'm staying here for a couple of days. And I was like, shit, I should have thought of that. But I mean, I grew as a fighter there. It was, I loved the rules. First of all, it was pride rules, which is the best rules. For those of you guys who don't know, knees to the head on the ground, soccer kicks, those types of things. But I grew a lot, and what I didn't get very much was this. I did not have to do very much media. Like, it was just like show up there on vacation, maybe a little bit of media, but like not really, because it's laid back there anyways. And then I just go out there and fight, and then go eat food. So like, I just was able to kind of hide and make some money, and then I was just watching the UFC from there. Cool.
Drickus, I know you've been kind of building to this moment steadily since you got into the UFC. I know it's not the ultimate goal, but it does seem like the biggest fight so far. So what is the feeling like ahead of this fight?
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely the biggest fight of my career, but so was the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. So that feels familiar. You know, my fight week's exactly the same. I'm doing a little bit more talking to folks, but it feels great. You know, the atmosphere and finally seeing myself on not on the undercard. Rob can be like very lucky. Like we almost opened up this card, but being on the main card of this, like just before the title fight, and seeing yourself on a countdown show, seeing myself on the promotional video, it's something special, and I'm taking it in. I'm loving it.
Last we made this procedure you had, this nasal procedure, I guess. Can you talk to us about, can you quantify how much different you are in training so far, or is that only going to be revealed in the fight? Like, how much of a difference is this making?
Yeah, some people would say, listen, this nose surgery, are you going to be a new fighter? And I'm like, guys, it's just a nose surgery. It's definitely making a difference in how I look when I fight, because, breathing through your mouth definitely looks crazy, and you definitely start hyperventilating when you're breathing heavily. And during my rest rounds, I can really, that's where the big difference comes in. And my recovery, my sleep, everything has been better. And there's definitely a difference, but how big of a difference? Am I going to get tired? Most certainly, because if you look at the output that I put, anybody in the world will get tired from that. But maybe I look a little bit better doing it.
Talk about the challenge you have here in Rob, obviously a guy that's been around at the top level of the game for a long time. Is this the most difficult opponent you faced to date, and how difficult was it preparing for him? Yes, most certainly the best opponent I've faced in my whole career. But I can say the same to him. He is an incredible fighter, and people would say, where do you see holes in his game? And to see a hole in a game of somebody like Whittaker is extremely hard. And I don't think that's the way to go. I'm not looking for holes in any game. I'm looking to force mistakes and capitalizing on those. And that's exactly what I'm going to do when I go out there, is enforce my style. And Whittaker, shot for shot, he's extremely fast and he's very calculated. And when he gets his style going, when he's in his comfort zone, he's very dangerous. And to make sure he doesn't get to that comfort zone, making sure I'm taking him out of that comfort zone into my world where it's a dark place and I feel at home. Last thing for me, we know this is a big fight, but I guess the question is just how big? Is this a #1 contender fight? Does the winner get a title shot? I guess what's your understanding of this? You're viewing it as a #1 contender fight, and are you looking at a quick turnaround in Sydney as a possibility? Is that even remotely possible 2 months from now, 9 weeks from now? Well, up until this point, I've been this past 7 months, I think this is my third fight in 7 months. So I've been turning around and getting these fights in to climb this ladder. And if I'm physically capable, if there's no problem for me to start my fight camp and be ready for that title fight, no problem at all. I'll be ready. And but not even considering that when I get into the cage with Robert Whittaker. I'm willing to take a limb off and this be the last fight of my life to beat Robert Whittaker with that piece of limb. I'm not even thinking about this title fight right now. I'm thinking about Robert Whittaker, and I guess they'll decide if I'm #1 contender or not.
Drickus over here. Kind of going off of that, like say you are in a war with Rob and you're too banged up to have a quick turnaround to Sydney. Is the fact that Israel keeps bringing you up, like he seems to want to fight you. So say Israel fights someone like Sean Strickland in Sydney and wins, like you're still most likely going to get that Israel fight even if you can't fight in Sydney. Is that in the back of your mind too? Like just you got to beat Rob no matter what, right? Yeah, sure. That's like I said, we can literally sort out all of that. And at the end of the day, it's not my call. It's the UFC's call. But there won't be any denying me as the #1 contender after I beat Rob. But yeah, if that's the way they want to do it, if it's not possible for me physically to fight in Sydney, if there's injury or like you said, if you get extremely bad cuts, there's no way that then you're out for a couple. When that's you never know what happens in the sport. But like I said, it doesn't bother me. At the end of the day, it's nothing about. I don't want to fight Izzy. I want to fight the guy with the belt.
So whether it's Izzy, whether it's Strickland, I don't care. For me, it's about fighting whoever has that title to become the champion.
Rob was in here earlier, and he actually labeled you as the most dangerous fight for him because he viewed you as a fighter with nothing to lose, and he said there's nothing more dangerous than fighting someone with nothing to lose. I'm curious if you view yourself in that same way.
Yeah, I don't know what he means. I have everything to lose. What do you mean? You know, I've built up this record. I'm fighting for number one, to be number one in the world, to be the champion, the world champion. What does he mean? Of course I have something to lose. I have everything to lose. I'm here to win. I'm here to be the UFC middleweight champion of the world, and I have to get through Robert Whittaker, which is a very, very tall order. But I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to beat Robert Whittaker and get my shot at fighting for that title. But nothing to lose, that makes no sense.
And unrelated to this fight, what do you make of your countryman Elon Musk possibly trying to have an MMA fight with Mark Zuckerberg?
That's interesting. I think it's going to obviously be massive, but I don't know. What do you say to something like that? Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. It'll be massive, but it'll be cool to see what they can manage to do. I guess the technology and the training will be next level.
Hey, Drakus, over here.
Hold on, one more.
Sorry.
Just one more. It's Robbie Lawler's last fight on Saturday. I'm just curious if you have any favorite memories or favorite fights of his career.
Oh man, obviously favorite fight. You can't go anywhere else than Rory McDonald fight, and obviously you can almost go and say in that same fight is the favorite moment ever, where they just did that stare down, and Robbie Lawler, his lip was so busted, and when he spit, there was just blood everywhere. And of course, another massive, massive moment in his career is when him and Johnny Hendricks fought. And it was almost, that became his signature move. Like the last minute and a half, he would just be like, even though he's so tired, just go like, oh, it's my opponent's holding Thai pads, and he'll just be teeing off, kicking and kicking and kicking. And the fact that the man in all of his fights didn't go for a submission once, that is the coolest thing ever, and that is so badass. He has all my respect, and he's an absolute legend.
Drakus over here. Sorry again, Jose. Didn't mean to jump the gun there. Robert Whittaker is an extremely tough guy to finish. We've seen, I think the only guy to knock him out at middleweight was Adesanya. You're used to finishing your opponents. Does that change the game plan at all, just with how durable he is?
No, it's, not really comparable, but my debut fight, I fought Marcus Perez, who's never been finished, and I've only had finishes, and that was one of those fights where I was like, wow, this is interesting, because and he has a lot of fights. A guy who's never been finished versus a guy who's only finished his opponents. And I got that finish. So, it's just my style. It didn't change my preparation at all. I'm going out there, and if I can't finish Robert Whittaker, it's going to be a fight like Brad Tavares. He was so extremely tough that, it wasn't for a lack of trying. But if that's the case, I'm more than happy to go to that decision, because Brad Tavares' fight up until this point in my career was my favorite fight. It was such a cool fight to be a part of. Watching it as a fan, it's amazing. And if I have that kind of fight with Whittaker, I would love that. But, I'm going out there. If this opportunity comes in the first minute, I'm taking it. And if it comes in the last second, I'm taking it to finish this fight.
I know you don't train there all the time, but I saw Brendan Allen called you out, and Brendan obviously is at Killcliff. You've trained there before. Did that surprise you a little bit?
Well, this time around, no, because I've heard, I don't know, man doesn't like me, but I don't know. I haven't really spent a lot of time with Brendan personally. We haven't sparred or anything like that while I was there. So yeah, I guess he sees something in me which he can beat, or he doesn't like, or maybe he's like, this guy's too pretty, I want to beat him. But no, Brendan, he's been doing great in his fight. The fight against Silva was great, and obviously the fight against Andre Muniz, that's impressive wins. So good for him. I'm glad he's finally getting some wins, but if consistency-wise, we've seen in the past. So yeah, good luck to him.
What did you think of Sean Strickland's win over Abus Magomedov last weekend?
Well, great. Abus in that first round to me was absolutely geez, I was like, oh, this is a terrible night at the office for Strickland. And, me and Abus, we were set to fight a long time ago. in KSW still, and then he got injured, and somebody else stepped in. But I honestly thought that he can give a lot of trouble. Like that was my prediction. He's going to be a tough night for Strickland. But talk about my gas tank. But geez, that was crazy. Like I mean, going in that first round and really getting he was doing so great. Getting that takedown, everything was great. And in the second round, he was done. He was done. I mean, a minute in that second round, this guy couldn't even stand up. So that was great for Sean Strickland because he took that first round, he took the shots, and with him, he has that 5 rounds in him, and he saw the opportunity and he just went for the kill, and yeah, good for him.
And perhaps my most important question and my last question: you making any time to go to Topgolf this time around?
I'm really, really hoping we're doing it this time. Like we've been talking, we've been here for a couple of weeks, and every time we're like, we have to go play Topgolf. We have to go play Topgolf, but I'm probably gonna extend my flight and stay a little bit longer.
Just for Topgolf, just to stay longer.
Listen, I don't even like playing golf, but Cameron has been in my neck about this Topgolf for so long. Like he's like, we have to go play Topgolf. So, I'll grant him his wish, and we can go play Topgolf because it's always a vote, and nobody's voting for the Topgolf.
There we go.
You just back here.
Where? Oh, hey.
You just mentioned Cameron, your teammate Cameron Simon. He's been on the same card as you every fight since his UFC debut. How special has it been being able to represent South Africa together on these big cards?
Oh man, it's absolutely amazing to see the support grow. More and more people recognizing us over here as the South African duo, and also back home, how people are just, the support grows. It feels like everybody is supporting until the next fight comes and more people are supporting. It's incredible. So for us to carry that flag, it means the absolute world. And to having fight, because all the cards that I've been fighting on has been big cards. So it's almost like throwing him in deep, because he's fighting on these massive pay-per-view events on the undercard. But that is, he's been stepping up to the plate. He's absolutely incredible. And I can't wait for you guys to see what he brings to the table this time. But, for us, so there's that competition. Let's see who gets the best, who gets the finish, who gets the performance bonus. It's great. It's an amazing experience for the both of us, and yeah, we're loving to fight on the same cards, and it makes things just so much easier.
And putting the shift back on you, it seems as if a lot of other fighters here are kind of counting you out on this matchup. Is that like a chip on your shoulder that you carry to not only win this fight but also prove everyone else wrong?
Yeah, I don't really care about proving anybody wrong. It's more about proving people right. That's all it is for me. Being counted out, odds don't win fights. Fighters win fights, and I'm a fighter. So I'm going out there. I don't care about the odds or what the other fighters say. For me, they'll all find out soon too if they make it to the top of the pile.
And your last 4 fights have been in Vegas, specifically at the T-Mobile Arena. You're about to head into your 5th in a row over there. What's your favorite part about fighting in this arena?
Right now, it's the familiarity. Getting to know Vegas and being able to use the PI to its fullest extent. I don't think people realize how amazing the facility is and how amazing the treatment is if you have that to your disposal. Every time I come here to Vegas and I train at the PI and I get the services that is given to the fighters, I always feel like this is incredible. This is what it's all about for me. It's being able to focus on my fight and everything is taken care of. I absolutely love it. And, getting to know the people, because everybody working with the UFC and everybody, all the, people that I get to know, and you start to make friends and you build a relationship with all these people. And it's not just going here, going there, and, you meet them once or twice. It's you starting to build a relationship. So that's incredible. And getting familiar with Vegas, getting familiar with the fans that come to the Vegas events. I know it sounds weird, but there's a certain vibe when you fight, especially International Fight Week. Everybody the whole week there's a little bit of a buzz, and it's great. I love fighting in Vegas. It's incredible.
If it was up to you, would you just continue to keep fighting here, or would you like to explore other big destinations to fight in?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind fighting in other big destinations. I would actually love that, but Vegas, regardless, Vegas is amazing. I would love to do Texas. Haven't been, so I would love to do a Texas event sometime. That sounds great. But yeah, to travel around the US or wherever is great. The Abu Dhabi event that's amazing. It's not, the travel is not that far, but I made my debut in Abu Dhabi, but everything was closed. So that's he's dealing with the complete COVID shutdown. But you know, it doesn't really matter to me. It's cool to see the world while doing this. It's really great. It's you know, and it's hard because now I've been in Vegas 4 times. So you're so used to seeing everything. So you're not really seeing what Vegas is anymore. You're just here to focus on the fight, which is good, I guess. But it'll be great to see, so while we're doing this and living my dream, seeing the rest of the world.
Drickus just over here. Hi.
Hi.
Is Robert Whittaker someone that you've always had your eye on as a future opponent?
100%. I've said this in a couple of interviews today that my brother and I, we watch fights and we are massive fans, even before, way before. And Robert Whittaker, obviously, he's been in the UFC for a very, very long time, and he's been at the top of the pile for a very long time. And you know, me and my brother spoke about it, and he just went and said, I know you're going to face Robert Whittaker. And I spoke to Bisping about this, and I said, there's just some people, I don't know if all fighters have this feeling, but I had this feeling, I know I'm going to fight this guy. And when I fought Trevin Giles, International Fight Week, I think it was 2 years ago, that's when Brad Tavares fought Umari Akhmedov. And I looked at Brad Tavares fighting, and I said, oh, this guy is a tough fight. This guy, this is a long night at the office for anybody. And I just had this feeling, I know I'm going to fight Brad Tavares. So I don't know when, I don't know, and he was my next fight. And the same with Whittaker. I just always knew I was going to fight Robert Whittaker. And I knew I wasn't going to fight him when I defend my title. I knew I was going to fight him on my way up. And I've been ready for this for a very long time.
And like you said, he's been at the very top for such a long time. What do you think makes him so dangerous? What do you think it is?
Well, firstly, you know, finding flaws in terms of cardio is really hard. He has great wrestling. He has great striking. He's tough. He can take a punch. He can give a punch. But, you know, also another big thing with Robert Whittaker is a lot of the guys he's been fighting, the good, you know, Marvin Vittori, Jared Cannonier, these guys have all been beaten by Adesanya. So Robert Whittaker faces them after they've lost to Adesanya. So you're getting a little bit more of a beaten down fighter. You're getting a guy that's just lost to the champion. So your motivation isn't what it should be, I'm assuming. I'm assuming that your motivation is not, this is for the world title. Your motivation is, I just lost my opportunity. I'm going to fight Robert Whittaker and then another guy before I get back to the title. And you know, that's something you have to take into consideration, the mindset of the fighters. So he's faced incredible opponents, but this is where this fight is different. I'm on my way up. I'm the contender right now, fighting Whittaker to fight for that title. So for all practical reasons and for anything that makes sense to me, this is my title fight. Because without this fight, I'm not getting a title. So for me, this fight is my world title fight. And I'm not fighting the champion, then Whittaker. I'm fighting Whittaker on my way up.
And like Jose said earlier, Robert said you're the most dangerous to date because you are the unknown. Do you think you still have more to show that perhaps we haven't yet seen?
Absolutely. I think I have so much more to show. You know, I've just been fighting so often and fighting these good guys. Every time a better guy, you know, jumping the ranks. And every time I feel better in there, every time I feel more comfortable, and I'm getting acclimated with the stage, getting acclimated with the massive names that I'm fighting, the crowds, everything. I'm getting better every time, and there's so much more, you know, that so much more to my skill set that I can show. But you know, with Whittaker, he's a prime example of a guy that utilizes all of his weapons, and he does it incredibly well. And what's gonna be needed from me to put on the performance that I know I can with this and to finish Robert Whittaker is going to be the best version, and every single part of my game is going to be needed from me to do that, to finish Robert Whittaker and do it in spectacular fashion. It's going to need my best striking, my best grappling, my best wrestling, and definitely my best performance to date.
With everything that is at stake, would you say this is the biggest moment of your career so far? And do you feel that?
Yes, without a doubt. But like I said, it feels exactly the same as the previous one.
And last one from me, there's obviously two big title fights headlining this weekend. Just wanted to get your opinion on the main event between Volkanovski and Rodriguez.
Yes, Volkanovski, obviously there's no denying that guy. He's, when he fights, he's so good. He very narrowly almost beat Islam, which is the pound-for-pound #1 fighter right now. I think Volkanovski is an incredible, incredible athlete. But then with Yair, if you look at his fights, he just has one punch, one kick ability to finish a fight instantly. And I think there's a massive reach advantage for Yair and especially him being a kicker. Anything can happen at any stage in this fight. Like Yair has the ability to finish this fight in the final second of this fight, like he did with the Korean Zombie. So, this is such a dangerous fight for Volkanovski, but, I think it's going to be a great fight.
Thank you.
Back to Vegas, quick question for you. You made a comment about needing to get over the top golf. And last time in early March, I was here. I asked you what your favorite thing about Vegas was, and you paused for a second and said the food and beer. I'm just curious.
Hence, I didn't make it to top golf.
I'm just curious. What is your actual? You've been to Vegas all these times now. What do you actually really love about Las Vegas?
Can I stick with my original answer? No, yeah. I mean, I guess that's really, having, but, beer and food everywhere in the world is amazing. But, right here, it feels like where everybody comes for a good time. That's what you get, the vibe everywhere you go. It's just good times all around. You don't see anybody like not on your level when you're in Vegas. So when you go out to celebrate, there's going to be a lot of people on the same level as you. If you go out and I'm cutting weight and just sitting, there's people that work here and live here normal. They're not celebrating every day, and that's on your level. So I guess this place caters for everybody, all needs and all situations and all energy levels.
Perfect. And then last question for you. I know you said you don't really care about what the outside perception is, but I'm curious. Every fight you've had so far in the UFC, you haven't lost yet. You're normally the betting favorite, but here you're talking about being one of the biggest underdogs on the card. Does your perception change when the fighter is, maybe theoretically supposed to be better than you?
Well, I said it. I didn't even know I was the favorite every time. But with a guy like Whittaker, I'm not surprised that I'm the underdog. How do you go? On what grounds do you go and say, no, Dricus, on betting odds, go, no, Dricus is beating Whittaker? On what grounds? With my opponents, they don't add up to his. The amount of fights don't add up. He's had the belt. He's fought the champ twice. He hasn't lost to anybody else in almost a decade. So, yeah, he deserves to be the betting favorite, 100%. And, I'm not even offended by it at all. For me, this is where I'm taking over. This is where I become the betting favorite. This is a fight that puts me in that tier. And, yeah, 100%. This is my time. There's a champion and there's a contender. And up until you beat the champion, nobody believes you're going to beat that champion. And Robert Whittaker, rightfully so, is a fan and betting favorite. But that is for now, up until I surpass that spot. Good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, here you are, International Fight Week, main card. I know the stage doesn't intimidate you. You're used to being it. But are you even maybe a little surprised at how fast this career is progressing?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, going into MMA, I didn't expect to be at this point this quick, but we're here, and I'm excited. I'm looking to make the most of every single opportunity that I get, and that's, to me, what every single fight is. It's a big opportunity, and I'm just excited to perform.
I love it. Obviously, change of plans this week, change of opponent. Can you walk us through how that all unfolded? Was there any, discussion of the opponent, that sort of thing? How did it all unfold?
So I found out on Monday evening while I was training that my opponent had pulled out, and initially I'm just like, dang it, like 10 weeks of camp, like we're not gonna get a fight, like frick, what am I gonna do? And it was in the middle of my workout, so I'm like, all right, I might as well just finish this workout up. So I just went and finished up, and then talked with my manager, and he was like, we think they might have a couple guys for you. We'll find out in the morning what the situation is, and so then in the morning I got a bout agreement and I'm ready to go. So signed it, and here we are.
Did you have any concerns with facing a newcomer, right? Because does that really propel you forward or prove anything for the people that are looking for you to answer questions?
There were concerns, just because for me initially I felt like I'm not the type of guy to do last minute switch ups and stuff, and I'm very calculated, planned, and I felt like a little unsure of what to do. But the more we thought about it, the more I talked with my team, and I'm just very fortunate to have a great team. They kind of led me in the right direction, and I trust those people. And at the end of the day, I made the decision for what we're going to do. But yeah, I think that I'm just always trying to build my reputation, and it doesn't really matter who I'm fighting. I'm just going out there to do my best.
Do you find it challenging at all? Because it seems like unless you go out there and destroy this guy in 30 seconds, people are going to say, oh, that Bo guy's all hype. We told you he wasn't that guy. I mean, is it difficult? It seems like the expectations for you are almost unrealistic at this point.
It was pretty crazy after my last fight, because people were saying, oh, he had trouble taking Jamie Pickett down. He stuffed his takedown. And I was like, I took him down in 20 seconds. Like, what are we talking about here? Let's be real. But I think that there's just going to be that expectation that's set, right? I'm 4-0 with 4 first-round finishes, and that's what people want to see me fail. A lot of people want to see me win, and there's just a lot of expectations. For me, I'm going out there to perform to the best of my ability, whether that's a first-round finish, whether that's a decision. That it's not really of concern, the result. I just am going out there to do my best, and everything else will take care of itself.
Nice. Last thing for me, you go out there and you do pick up this victory. How do you see your career progressing? Like you say, you didn't see it going this fast. I mean, are you already thinking, like, am I ready for ranked opposition, or is that ridiculous to even consider at this point in your career? Like, how do you see it progressing from this moment?
The main thing that I'm focused on is just improving, getting better. My pro debut was June of last year, so I'm 13 months into my professional career, and I'll have my 5th fight, and it's going fast. But I have a great team around me. I have a lot of people that are supporting me who have tons and tons of experience, and I lean on them a lot. So I'm just focused on doing what I can do, getting better, improving every day, and like I said, again, everything else will take care of itself.
Well, over here, I'm curious, like, given this was such a short notice fight, how much did your background as like a collegiate wrestler, because you're going to have to wrestle 3-4 times a night, you might not know who the final 3 opponents are going to be before the first match?
Yeah, exactly. That was something that I referenced right away, just because it's, I think, a huge advantage for me. Going to the NCAA tournament, I'm going to have 5 matches over a weekend, and I don't even know who I'm going to wrestle in the second round, let alone the quarters, semis, or finals. So it's really nothing new, and that brings me a lot of confidence in knowing that I'm there to compete, and regardless of who it is, I've experienced things similar to this before, even if they're not the same, and I'm ready to go.
And when Robert Whitaker was in here, he said there's nothing more dangerous than fighting a guy with nothing to lose, because they don't have anything to lose in there. I'm curious how you view your new opponent, because he's 5 days' notice. Like, if he doesn't look great, people will just be like, oh, it was 5 days' notice.
Yeah, I absolutely think that he is in that situation. He doesn't have anything to lose. I think that this is a great opportunity for him. Even if he loses, he might be in the UFC after this. So, it makes sense why he would take the fight. And for me, competing against people that have nothing to lose is nothing new. I've been doing that since I was a little kid, right? When I was 8, 9, 10 years old, I felt like that's how people competed against me. And so I have thousands of competition reps that way. And when I was in college, it was the same thing. People felt like they didn't have anything to lose, and they still lost.
I'm curious, just based off of that, when was the last person you faced either in MMA or wrestling where you were the underdog? Like people would be surprised if you had won.
I don't know. I don't know the last time I was the underdog. Probably my sophomore year in college, which that year I made the NCAA finals. I was competing against the number 1 pound for pound guy in the NCAA. He had a 70 match win streak or so. And so, that's the last match that I think of as far as me being an underdog, where people thought I wasn't going to win. And a lot of my buddies made bets on that and won a lot of money. So I don't know. I guess that's it. But I like being the favorite. I'm going to hopefully continue to be the favorite for the rest of my career.
And then final one for me. I know you're young in your career, but Saturday is going to be Robbie Lawler's final fight of his MMA career. So I'm curious, coming up, did you, as a wrestling fan and a wrestler, did you have a favorite Robbie Lawler memory or fight when you were watching?
Oh, yeah. My favorite Robbie Lawler memory is his fight against Rory McDonald. I can assume most people thought I was going to say that, but absolutely insane moment. And specifically in that fight was the moment, I think it was in between the 4th and 5th round, where the bell rang and they both stood in the center of the canvas and Robbie Lawler just spit blood all over the canvas. And I was like, this is a freaking savage. So, being on the same card as him in his retirement fight is a huge honor for me, and I'm definitely a big Robbie Lawler fan.
Well, back to your left. Quick question for you. I don't know if you're aware, but you are currently at least sitting at likely being the biggest favorite in UFC history. The Saturday night, and obviously the situation, late fight, first time UFC format. How does it feel that you, this early in your career, are making history?
It's pretty crazy, it makes sense to me. I think that the math checks out, but for me, it's just about doing what I know how to do and going out there performing to the best of my ability. And it doesn't really matter, again, who I'm facing. I'm just going out there to perform, and I'm ready and prepared.
Perfect. I know you just said the math checks out. I gotta ask you. You said minus 3,500 was good value. You said minus 1,200 was good value. How you feeling at minus 24?
Great value. Hammer it.
Bo over here. Again, you just got this opponent on a couple of days' notice. At this stage in your career as well, is it more about what you can bring to the table, not so much focus on the opponent, especially in this situation where, like I said, you probably didn't have a ton of time to prepare for who he is as an opponent?
I think that anytime you go into a fight, there's a ton of respect for your opponent. There has to be. When I fight, humility is one of the core, tenets of, I feel like, the way I perform. And, I believe in myself, so I'm going to say what I think and tell people my plans of what I'm going to do. But at the same time, when I'm fighting, it's really important for me to be humble. And so regardless of who it is out there, I'm going to be doing the same things, and that's fundamentals and just building that foundation and really building my reputation of how I compete. A lot of, every wrestling fan knows my reputation and knows how I compete, but most MMA fans don't. And so I'm just going to continue to build that reputation, like I said, amongst fans and amongst fighters the same.
Is your sort of expectation after this fight maybe getting a ranked opponent after this, or is that something you sort of talk to the UFC, talk to your management, kind of reassess after this one? Because I think when you were fighting Trayshawn initially, that was kind of the thought.
I'll for sure reassess, because to me, this is my main focus. I'm focused on Saturday. I don't ever overlook an opponent. I don't ever plan too far ahead. I'm really focused on this one, and so after it's over, we'll reassess. I'll talk with my team, and we'll make a decision.
And just last one for me. I know you still kind of keep tabs in the wrestling community. Do you kind of feel like we're going to see more wrestlers come over to MMA, people like yourself, having success, getting a lot of attention? Do you see more wrestlers kind of making that move?
Yeah, I absolutely see a lot of wrestlers making that move. I think it's a natural path, and it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of people that I communicate with that want to fight, that being my teammates. Anthony Cassari, he's a 1-0 pro already. He's looking to continue to improve and hopefully be in the UFC as well soon. So if you're a 205er, you want to fight, hit up my boy, because he can't get a fight. But yeah, and then we have a ton of college guys that are in there training with me at American Top Team and who want to transition to fighting. Roman Bravo Young just had a grappling match last week on Fight Pass. So, I think that we're going to continue to build, and I'm going to continue to do my thing. And I want to be a team, right? Like, I like having people around me that are like-minded, and so I want to bring a new team into MMA and, perform well.
Hey, Bo. Like you said, you've only been a pro for 13 months, and prior to that, you had a couple amateur fights. Coming from the wrestling community, what do you think of the MMA community thus far?
You know, the MMA community is definitely different than the wrestling community. I didn't really have expectations going in, but I feel like it's just massive. There's such a big platform, and you know the sport's so young and it's growing so fast that it's just a really cool position to be in as a fighter. I think as a fan, it's a really cool position to be in as well because you're always seeing new, unprecedented things. And so, you know, I think that obviously I have the support of the wrestling community, and you know, hopefully I continue to perform well and gain more support from the MMA community.
Like, what are your thoughts on the extreme fandom, right? Like you said, like if you don't go in there and start this guy within 15 seconds, you're a bum. Or if you don't take this guy down in 7 seconds, you're a bum. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
It's interesting. It's a really interesting perspective to have because, you know, most people that are saying these things have never fought, never trained, never performed in any way, and so they really can't relate. So for me, there's no judgment going towards them because there's no basis or foundation of their ability to relate to that situation. So I want to, you know, meet them where they're at with grace and understand that, you know, that's their mindset. And for me, it really there's not much I can do about that besides, you know, be friendly and compete to the best of my ability. Hopefully, put on a show and educate a little bit.
Talk about your love of archery. You've really become a big fan of it, and it looks like you're improving quite fast. How'd you get into it?
You know, I have my family were big hunters, my dad, my grandpa, and that was something that they were always really interested in. But when I was really young, I started doing well in wrestling, and unfortunately, wrestling season, hunting season overlapped. So I wasn't hunting a lot growing up, and when I retired from wrestling, I realized, you know, I have a lot of time on my hands. I can set my schedule the way I want it to be, and so, you know, I thought about getting a bow and starting to get into archery hunting, and I've just really enjoyed it. I think that everything about it really speaks to me, and you know, the discipline, the commitment, the technique, being able to go hunting and bring home meat for your family, you know, to support them and stuff is such a cool thing. And so for me, that's something I'm going to do as long as I can for the rest of my life. It's definitely something I'm really enthusiastic about. And yeah, anything I do, I'm going to try to get better at it and improve. And so, yeah, I'm always watching videos, studying archery, watching hunting videos and stuff like that because I just love it.
Bo, just over here, at the back here. Just curious, obviously there's a big middleweight fight at the top of the card. Just wanted to get your thoughts on Robert Whittaker versus Dricus du Plessis, especially given the title implications as well.
I think it'll be a great fight. I think both those guys have a lot of experience and, you know, have been able to have great performances. You know, I think that it'll be a good fight. I haven't really studied either of them a ton. I haven't watched a ton of film on them, so I don't feel equipped to have a prediction. But you know, I know both those guys are definitely very experienced, and I think it'll be, you know, an awesome competition.
And just for the main event as well, between Alex Volkanovski and Yair Rodriguez, any thoughts on that? How you think that goes down?
I think that I'm just excited to see two guys at the top of their game compete because I love competition. I love it would be the same thing if I saw the number 1 and 2 guys in the world at chess compete. It's just exciting to me because I love seeing excellence. I love seeing people perform at a high level, and that's what both those guys do. You know, they both, again, have a ton of experience and are able to do amazing things. So anytime that you match two guys up like that, it's going to be exciting.
Thank you.
Hey,
Bo right here.
You have a lot of wrestling experience, and you had mentioned before you've only started MMA just about 2 years ago. When you reflect on having the second pay-per-view opener of your career, and it's international fighting, and where you are now, what moment stands out for you most that you most appreciate?
You know, I think that I wouldn't say there's a specific moment that I appreciate more than any others. I would say that what I've appreciated the most about the past 2 years and getting into MMA is just being able to spend a lot of time and moments with the people that I love the most. That being my family, my wife, my teammates, my management team, all guys and girls that I'm super, super close with. And I just feel very fortunate and very blessed and lucky to have such great people around me. And so I just cherish every single one of them. And right now I'm gonna have about 40, 50 people coming out this weekend to support me, and I just love them so much. I just want to perform well, and us all being together is the best part of it.
I want to segue over to Brandon Moreno. You actually had interviewed him recently. What was that experience like, and did you pick his brain a little bit behind the scenes?
Yeah, I absolutely did. Again, a guy that competes at such a high level, that has been UFC champion, who is just such a awesome person, a fun guy to be around, and I feel like very grateful to have had the chance to just talk with him, pick his brain, and understand where he comes from, his mindset. That's something that's super interesting to me, is mindset of these guys, not only in MMA that who are champions and compete at a high level, but in all sports and all disciplines and in every area. And so whenever you get to talk to somebody like that, I'm really all ears and just grateful for those moments.
And your passions as well, not only hunting and MMA, but you also find yourself cooking a lot on the grill. Where did that love first start, and what are some of the things you enjoyed most cooking?
I grew up from 9th grade through 12th in Texas, and barbecue is just such a huge part of the culture there. And so my dad was always grilling, smoking meats, and that was the same. You'd go over to a friend's house on the weekend, they would do a brisket, and so that's just something that was really ingrained in me culturally, and something that I loved. And I think, again, what's the best part about that is it's not grilling the meat and not making something taste amazing, but it's who you're with. And so for me, being with my family, with my friends, the people that I'm close with, being able to share that with them, that's what I love about it the most.
Hey, Bo, back to your left. There's always one clip that goes around, and it's Islam Makhachev thinking that he can take down Jordan Burroughs. What do you think of that, and do you think it'd be a close match, and does he have any chance of taking down you?
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, no, he doesn't have a chance. Jordan Burroughs, 7-time world champion, one of the greatest, not only American, but greatest wrestlers, period, in the world that anyone's ever seen. So, I don't really think that's a competitive situation, given that Islam doesn't really come from a wrestling background. You throw him in Sambo or in MMA, it's different. But in wrestling, it's not close.
And then can you talk about more like the growth of ATT Happy Valley, obviously being somewhat of a new gym. Can you just talk about that more and how the growth is for you there?
ATT Happy Valley, we've been growing a ton. We have a great coaching staff there with Ayulton Barboza and him running the jiu-jitsu, and we're going to continue to build. We have 3 pro fighters right now. We have a bunch of amateurs coming up, and the gym's small, right? We have less than 10 guys, but we're looking to continue to build and really take wrestling-based athletes into the next level of MMA and help them grow and perform. So if you're a wrestler out there that is interested in fighting, you can absolutely hit me up, and we have room on the team to grow. But it's just a start. So same as me in my career, it's on the up and up. ATT Happy Valley, we're going to be one of the premier gyms in the world shortly.
Bo, just right here. Oh, Gabe, go ahead.
Bo, right here. Going back to your interview with Brandon, I mean, you got some reporters over here trying to work, and you're here taking our jobs. I was just wondering, is this a more common thing you want to get involved with, to be on our side of the table?
Yeah, absolutely. I just really appreciate learning anything, but especially about mindset. Mindset's something that is super interesting to me, and how people deal with pressure and perform, and what they do day in and day out to be able to just be who they are. And so, I'm starting a little podcast with Better, which is a sports betting platform, but I'm going to handle a lot of the media and as far as the combat sports go. And I'm just looking to interview people and kind of get insights to their mindset. But definitely not. I mean, if you guys got pointers for me, let me know. Shoot me a DM.
Hey, man, I got you. To talk about it, though, do you have any guys on your list right now that you'd really want to start interviewing first?
There are a ton of people, a ton of fighters. I would love to interview, let me think. There's a lot, but I don't want to name names and leave people out. But, a few fighters I'd be interested in interviewing, probably, I like Corey Sandhagen, I like Sean O'Malley, I like Cheeto Vera. All those guys are in the same weight, too, which is really interesting. But anybody that's doing things at a high level, again, doesn't have to be MMA. It could be boxing, it could be music, it could be business. Those are the people that I want to surround myself with and learn from.
Random question. Do you plan to grow out your hair again anytime soon?
The hair thing is interesting because it takes a while to get it to where I had it, and it's a lot of commitment and effort. And I'm turning around pretty quick, so I don't really have time to let it get to where I want it to be. So I'd have to take some time off of fighting, but I don't know if I'm willing to do that, so probably not.
Just last thing. First time a lot of us met you was last year at International Fight Week on Radio Row. You were coming by doing the interviews, and you kind of predicted this is where you would almost be a year from now. If we could ask you again now, where do you think you will be next International Fight Week next summer?
International Fight Week next summer, I plan on, at minimum, being fighting ranked opponents and getting right up in there in title contention. And so, hopefully I can continue to get fights. The most important part about that is getting fights, getting opponents, getting the right opponents. But I think at that point, I'll be closing in on my goals of being UFC champ.
So I know it's been about 4 months since the setback. You haven't had to deal with loss very much in recent years. So I guess what was the process in getting past that, or is it still burn at you a little bit?
I didn't lose. I watched the fight a few times, and based off of judging criteria, I won the fight. Damage, octagon control, aggression, I won. But judges seen it different. That's it. I don't take anything from the fight. I learned a lot from that fight. I really took it to see where my grappling was at, against one of the best in the world, and I got to see where it's at. So, yeah, that's it. Only up from here.
Very nice. Well, you get the call regardless of the result either way. International Fight Week, pay-per-view main card. I mean, does that show something about the way the company feels about you and the confidence they have in you to put you in a position like that?
I've been in this position a couple of times now, so it feels good. The company's getting behind me, and, I'm going to keep doing my job.
The matchup itself supposed to happen before, one that excites you stylistically?
Yeah, Dan's a vet. I've watched him for a long time. It's going to be an honor to fight him. And, yeah, the style, it excites me, I expect him to stand up and bang, but, in case it does get to some grappling exchanges, I'm going to be ready there. And, we're going to put on some fireworks. It was 4th of July yesterday, so now we're going to put some fireworks on Saturday.
Nice. Lastly, for me, on paper it looks like an all-action fight, but it's a meaningful fight too. I mean, you guys are both in the rankings, right next to each other. So you thinking about where this puts you? I know you just had the controversial decision the last time out, but are you thinking about, hey, maybe I go top 5 after this, something along that?
I'm definitely looking towards the top 5 after this one. I think they just put somebody else in number 10, so I'm like, whatever, he can have it. I win this fight, I'm looking at top 5. Whoever wants to let me in, let me in.
Jalen, right here. When the fight with Dan fell apart last time, you had said you weren't super keen on rebooking it. You'd rather go train with his team in New Zealand because you like Izzy and stuff. What was, when it got offered, was any part of you like, damn, I don't really want to do this?
Yeah. I was like, but at the end of the day, it's just a business. I got to go do my job. But, yeah, man, like I said, I've followed the city kickboxing team for a while. I watched Izzy before he even got into the UFC. So, it's all love. Like, I don't have any animosity or hate towards them. It's just how business handles.
Given that familiarity, I mean, do you see, stuff in Dan's game that gym maybe implements in, all its fighters that you've been able to pick up from the previous fights?
No, I feel like they all have individual styles, I don't feel like it's like a gym that has one set style. I feel like Eugene does a good job of,
amplifying each individual fighter's styles. And yeah, I mean, they all have grit. They're all tough. They all come to fight.
There's a video clip going around on the internet of some prank gone wrong with you on the strip. What exactly happened there?
I wouldn't say it went wrong. I would have said it went exactly how it was supposed to go.
What exactly happened there?
He said something, and I grabbed him. And lucky it was fight week, or I probably would have threw some hands, but it's okay.
I saw on your Instagram it looked like you did some training with Hamzat. How was that?
Man, that was crazy. Hamzat's good. Hamzat is legit. I learned a lot from that dude in the couple sessions we had. So he's a cool dude. He's a strong fighter, great grappling, good striking too. I'm like, man, he's dope. Hamzat's dope. So yeah.
Did you go out there specifically to train with him, or did you just kind of cross paths?
We just crossed paths. I didn't even think he was going to be there. We already had booked the trip to go out there before the fight even got booked. And ended up seeing him, training with him a couple of times. That was it.
We've always heard these legends of him in camp, just the intensity and the cardio that he brings. But what was it like to see that firsthand, or just be on the other end of it when you're training?
It was intense. I wish I was up a weight class so I could have endured a lot more, but that man did not stop. I was like, bro, he was shooting takedowns and strikes, and I'm like, bro, I had no time to think. I was like, dog, it was wild, but it was fun though. You know what I mean? I haven't been pushed or tested like that in the gym in years. I didn't even think anybody could do that to me. At that point. So. At the point I'm at. But yeah, he did. He's strong. He has great grappling. He does not stop. He has cardio. I was like, it was fun. I want to train with him a lot more.
And final one for me. Saturday is going to be Robbie Lawler's last fight, and he's going to retire. I'm curious if you have any favorite memories or favorite fights of Robbie throughout his career.
One of my favorite memories of Robbie is my coaches were trying to get to, I think, was it the pre-fight weigh-in show or one of the weigh-in some show, and he ended up giving them tickets. And I was like, oh, that's really sweet of him. So that's one of my favorite memories of Robbie. And then I can't forget when he fought Carlos Condit, because I trained with Carlos for that fight, and I thought Carlos won, but then looking back, I'm like, it was still a close fight, So that was it.
That fight specifically, it seems like a lot of fighters always look at the Rory fight as their favorite fight, and not a lot of people bring up that Condit fight. Do you think it's just because the like you said, you thought Condit won, that the result was a little controversial, there wasn't blood, there wasn't the gash, the image of that Rory fight that kind of overshadows that Condit fight?
The reason why I feel like it's overlooked, like you're saying, is it was volume versus damage. Volume versus big strikes, so it goes hand in hand depending on how you look. But I trained with Carlos, for that camp, so I was like, that's my boy. I wanted him to win.
Hey, Jalen, you're 4-0 against fighters from Australia and New Zealand. This is going to be, you're looking to go 5-0. You beat Dan Hooker, you're going to fight Robert Whittaker next? You're running out of options.
Yeah, I am. After that, it's done. We put it down the hatchet. That's it. It's over.
I mean, what's up? You just don't like Australia and New Zealand, or?
Dude, it's so funny because it's not even like that, yo. I grew up watching Steve Irwin. He was my favorite. I've always wanted to go to Australia. Australia was the first international place I've been to. You know what I mean? It just happened that way. And it just keeps happening that way. It's just a business. It's a part of the journey. I don't have any vendetta against nobody.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Jalen, over here. Obviously, Dan's a pretty big name as well. Do you feel like if you go out there and get a finish, this is really going to kind of propel you up the rankings just because of sort of Dan's name value and who he's fought in the past?
Ultimately, yes. That's exactly how I'm looking at this fight. He's ranked under me, so I don't feel like it's going to do much in terms of rankings. But, if I go in there, do my job, get the finish, make it look spectacular, people are going to be talking about me. They're going to speak my name a little bit more. I'm going to put more butts in the seats, and, it's going to help me knock on that top 5 door.
You mentioned the fight with Gamrot. Did you find that you actually gained more fans from that fight? Because it seemed like there were a lot of people who felt like you should have got the nod in that one.
Definitely. I got a lot of support after I didn't expect, and it meant the world to me. It meant a lot, and it really kept me upright in this fight game, because I got real down about that one. But, I just bounced back real quick, seeing all the love and seeing how controversial. Honestly, I was so mad I didn't finish that man, dude. I was so, like, even if I did win the fight, I would have been pissed that I messed up my finishing record. So, well, I'll fight him again. I'll finish him.
Gamrot's teammate Grant Dawson got a big win last week. I don't know if you caught that. I know he's below you in the rankings, but would you want to fight him at some point just because they're teammates?
I'll fight whoever. You know what I mean? Like, my job is to fight. Like, I'm not. I mean, I'll fight him. I'll fight whoever. Like, okay. Y'all know this. Y'all already know. Like, I feel like that's always a loaded question,
No. I was just curious because it seems like rankings-wise it would kind of make sense. And just last one for me, you mentioned sort of the circumstances of getting to train with Chimaev. You guys were both there at the same time. Did you guys talk about training together again in the future, or would the stars have to align again, so to speak?
Yeah, we talked about training again. I might go back out to Dubai, maybe August possibly. I just want to get this fight done and see how my body feels, see how everything goes. But yeah, definitely, we're going to train again in the future for sure.
You had mentioned before that Anderson Silva is one of your favorite fighters, and he's getting inducted in the Hall of Fame for you. What was one of your favorite fights of him, and what are your thoughts of him getting inducted?
Dang, my favorite fight of his. There's a lot. I like a lot of his fights. I love when he fought Daniel Maia, and I love when he fought Forrest Griffin. I think that Forrest Griffin fight is really like iconic, just how poised he was, how slick he looked, and yeah, I mean, I'm happy that he's getting inducted to the Hall of Fame. It's much deserved.
Where's your tarantula collection at right now?
It's at home in Cali. They don't let me bring them no more. They got scared.
How many you have right now?
I think like 11. I got a communal setup, so I don't know how many's in that one because a couple of them ate each other. So I think there's probably like 7 in there, and then I got like another 7 or 8 chilling.
Talking about your last fight, you had mentioned that because of your loss, you had a reconnection with your faith. Speaking of that, how has that benefited you now going into this fight?
It's benefited me in so many ways, and I wouldn't even just look at it just as the fight alone, but like everything outside of my life. I got back right with God, and I feel a lot more empowered. I feel a lot more at peace. I don't feel the stresses of life as much as I used to. I just put a lot of the pressure on Him, on God, and it feels good. It's always like a touchy subject because I started going down like such a dark path and drinking constantly, and I stopped drinking last year and just started making changes in my life, and then ultimately that last fight showed me a lot of blessings that I feel like I wouldn't have seen if I had won. And, I didn't even expect to talk about that right now. I didn't think anybody was going to ask me that question. But, touches my heart a little bit.
Lastly, looking forward after this fight, you had talked about some other fighters. Would you entertain a rematch with Gamrot first, or are you looking of a higher seed in the rankings?
Higher seed in the rankings. And if Gamrot gets up there, then we can run it back then. Thank you.
Hey, Jalen, back here.
What's up?
What's up, man? I asked this a little more for your reaction. Talking about Australia and New Zealand, what are your thoughts when Alex Volkanovski says he's still interested in 155?
I think he'd do great at 155. If he stays up there, I mean, I'd like to fight him. It'd be fun. I respect the man. Like, there's no... Man, see, like, y'all starting that again. See, loaded questions. See, if he stays at 55, I'm gonna be at 55. Like, it's inevitable if we cross paths. If that's how the dice rolled, then that's it.
Kind of feels like it's meant to happen now, right?
Nah. I want to go. I want to go train with these dudes. We got to be cool. Yeah, never mind. I take back what I said. We're gonna be training partners.
To talk back about it, with the decision and everything, is it in the back of your mind, like, I need to show the judges a little more or something?
I'm not going to the judges. I'm not going to the judges.
Thank you.
That's it. No more judges. Yep.
Thank you and good luck.
Jalen, just going off the back of that, how do you see the fight going down with Volkanovski and Rodriguez?
Man, I think either someone's going to finish early or it's going to be an amazing decision. There's no other way around it. I want to see how Volkanovski's boxing and basics, if that can nullify Yair or if Yair can, use his kicks for really good distance management and, use that creativity, those spins, and keep Volk on his toes and, ultimately set up a finish from there. Or, if it turns into some grappling exchanges, I want to see how they do, how both of them do. Yair got a nice submission his last fight, so I'm excited to see. Like, they're both killers.
Jalen, one more. You said that the Damian Maia fight was one of your favorite Anderson. I have to ask why, because that's not historically a well.
Because it's not, exactly. He nullified Damian Maia's takedown so well, you know what I mean? And I watched that fight so much, I was like, all right, how do you stop a wrestler? How do you stop these jiu-jitsu guys? Like, how do you stop people that are going to just take you down? And, like, everybody says it was boring. Like, yeah. But I learned so much. That's why I love that fight. Like, early on, like, when I was, still coming up in the game.
So you didn't watch it live when it happened?
I don't even remember, dude. I don't even remember when the fight was,
Like John was like 2011-ish?
I didn't start training until 2013. I graduated in 2013.
Yeah, back here. You made your UFC debut in 2018 on a big card with Khabib McGregor. Flash forward to today, what do you think is your biggest takeaway you have gotten ever since you started in the UFC?
Patience. I'm no longer in a rush for anything. I had injuries set me back, and I've had financial things set me back, and I just learned how to not rush the process. That's like the biggest blessing I've had. Like, even taking that fight, like, I should have just sat back and be like, nah, I'm not gonna take this fight. Like, why would I take this short notice fight? I was deserving of more. I deserved a training camp. You know what I mean? Like, I've been thrown to the wolves in this organization. And now it's about to be my time to lead the pack.
And back in Vegas, it's the return of T-Mobile Turner, as it's going to be your 5th fight in a row at the T-Mobile Arena. What's your favorite thing about fighting here?
And it's close to home. Quick drive, get the win, get the dub, go eat, go home, see my family, chill. That's it. Vegas, my home away from home now.
Back here, back left. This upcoming fight with Hooker, you're minus 250 favorite. How's it feel to get, at this point in your career, you're that big of a favorite over a legend like Dan Hooker?
I mean, I like being the underdog because I like making people money. But I mean, bet big, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and then on that kind of back to this question, you've been fighting here in Vegas so many times in a row. Like, what do you enjoy about Vegas itself? What are your favorite things about Vegas?
The heat. I love the heat. It's good for the weight cut. I like the atmosphere, A lot of people get behind you in Vegas, you know what I mean? Like, I love that. And, it's one of the fight capitals, you know what I mean? Like, everybody always envisions fighting in Vegas and Madison Square Garden. So, I've been doing the latter, so I'm enjoying it.